National Commissioner of Police, South African Police, General Masimula, National Head of the DPCI, Lieutenant Dr. Advocate General Libeya, Acting Secretary of Police, Takane, Executive Director, IPIT, CIRA CEO, the honorable members that are here, Chair. Policing budget through decisive police action and robust community involvement. The full realization of this theme will be achieved through 10 policing commands. 1, increase crime prevention and combating action plan. The SAPS has unleashed a nationwide high-density disruptive armed interventions called Operation Chanela. This includes intelligence-led disruptive operations, tracking and tracing of wanted suspects, as well as the removal of illegal firearms. Budget of 65 million is allocated to the provinces to address murder and other contact crimes in top 30 high crime stations. The KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng provinces will receive the lion's share of the additional funding, with each province receiving 10 million rand each. The Northwest Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State, and Northern Province will each be allocated 4.5 million each. Capacitation and training of 1,000 TRT to be deployed to police stations and district. This is a call, Chair, wherever we go and engage communities. They will always ask, Pama Barret. Now we're responding to that call. We're training 1,000 of them at a go so that we can unleash them on those high density crime area to help us to reduce crime. Specialized tracking teams to track and apprehend wanted suspects. We're training special teams so that they can track those wanted criminals, especially those who have warrant of arrest, so that the detectives and the crime intelligence give them on the next morning to be around and make sure that they find them and they bring them the law. 20 million allocated for firearm licensing and compliance. Over the current METF period, the SAP's total expenditure is expected to increase at an average annual of 3.9%. This is from 102 billion in the 22-23 financial year to 114.9 billion in 25-26 financial year. CIRA has established a firearm enforcement unit responsible for investigating cases of non-compliance with the CIRA Act and Firearm Control Act within the private security vehicles, laptops, torches, reflective jackets, and other tools of trade. It's the first time ever that the administration has ever budgeted for the CPFs. So we're giving them 70 million. So to make sure that they become the part of fighting the crime. The allocation of the resourcing of CPF budget will see the Gauteng province allocated 20 million of the budget, which exactly will be 20 million and 31,000. KwaZulu-Natal will receive 13 million. Western Cape will receive 12 million. These three provinces bear the heaviest crime burden as compared to the rest of the provinces. Eastern Cape will receive 6 million, and then the rest will receive 4 million, with the smallest will go to the Northern Cape with 3 million. Also, beyond that, we'll budgeted 5 million is also provided for community interaction in terms of Izimbizo. Chair, all studies, they say to us, we are not going to fight crime if we don't mobilize communities. No matter what we do, communities will have to be mobilized. So this is Izimbizo. We have started, especially here in Western Cape, having men dialogue. We have 2 already, where we call all the men to tell us the story. Why do they rape? Because women don't rape themselves. So the men must give an answer. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be having a second one at Kabeja that has been demanded by the clergy and the community organization in Gqeberha will be going there. Chairperson, 10,000 police trainees have been enlisted in the 23-24 financial year. This is the second 10,000. Last year we passed 10,000. We have put another 10,000 as we speak there at the college. Portfolio committee members, they've visited them and found them, they are hard at work. We'll unleash them in December. So in 2 years, we've produced 20,000 members, new members of the South African Police. And the next year, we'll train another 10,000. So we're trying to work on the figures that has been really dwindling all the time. 2,808 of the 10,000 new police trainees are intended to capacitate detective services in SAPS. That is the weakest link of SAPS, the detectives. Everybody knows, they talk about the overload and all that. We are working on that, training them, improving their situation as detectives. The reenlistment of the former experienced members of the SAPS to capacitate the detective service is ongoing. We are recruiting those members who left the organization with honor to come back to help us with their experience so that we enhance the detectives. They can investigate and find all the criminals that are out there. Additional 4,000 public order policing members have been trained and deployed to various provinces to address crowd management. This is on top of 5,000 that exist. So we have trained 4,000 more to make them 9,000. Palam told us that we're supposed to have 12,000. We're still 3,000 away from the targeted figure, but we're moving towards that. We're going there. Initiatives to address the deficiencies that were identified by the Financial Action Task Team TAF that are aimed at accelerating the implementation of TAF standards and methodologies within SAPS. This will help to reverse us from the grey listing. This is the work that led by the DPCI and other agencies so that we're taken out of the grey listing. The fifth recommendation places emphasis on the attending to the money laundering and terror financing. DPCI has 51 cases docket, as has made 26 arrests, that is out of the state capture. Then in July, 165 accused are being considered for additional charge of terrorism. 65 of them are appearing, but want to add charges of terrorism of what happened in July 2021. So we are serious. People, they think that we have forgotten about that. We are on track to make sure that we deal with it. Truth and reconciliation, out of 149 cases, 81 inquests have been enrolled, while 15 dockets have been sent to the National Prosecuting Authority for decision. 3 criminal cases are in court and the rest have been finalized. We have been pretty slow on this. We are trying to pick up the pace. Establishment of the National Clean Audit Task Team to deal with fraud, corruption, money laundering in identified municipalities. They're giving us a lot of municipalities. We want to make a lot of focus on them, and the DPCI is heading that. DPCI are hawks. 27 drug laboratories discovered and dismantled, and 45 individuals arrested. Most of these drugs, by the way, are produced in the country now. They still come with a big lot of the ships and all, but what they do now, they establish the laboratories inside the country. And 27 of these laboratories have been dismantled, and we have arrested 45 people that are running those. Illegal mining, DPCI has arrested 339 suspects and secured 92 convictions. 87 of them were found guilty and given 8 years each about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So we're working on this illegal mining. The historic DNA backlog has decreased by 99.7 from 241,152 cases to 600 cases only. That's how we've dealt with the DNA backlog thing. So backlog, don't talk about it. It's gone now, and we're dealing with the new cases as we go forward, which will really help to deal with the cases of rape faster and efficiently. SAPS is addressing delays in processing of ballistic and chemistry samples. That is a problem that we're looking at. Dealing with chemistry, we have been concentrating our agree on biology, which is DNA. Now we need to deal with chemistry. Chemistry deals with drugs, and ballistic with guns. Now we are upgrading our laboratories to be able to do that. Opening of the newly refurbished and expanded Forensic Science Laboratory in Gqeberha in July 2023, and revamping of laboratory in KwaZulu, KZN province. We have built a state-of-the-art laboratory in Gqeberha. It's got best equipment than any other that lives in South Africa, whether it's Cape Town, whether it's Pretoria. Gqeberha now leads, especially in terms of the modern machinery. So we are improving the working of the police. 1.3 billion allocated to resources of FCS units and additional, and 100 million is allocated to provinces for additional GBVF priorities. This is on top of the budget they have. We have put 100 million, especially Western Cape, we have put 15 million, Free State 8 million, KwaZulu-Natal 15 million, Mpumalanga 7 million, Northern Cape 6 million, Eastern Cape 13 million, Limpopo 7 million, Gauteng 17 million. This is that enhance the stations in those particular provinces, especially those stations that have high level of rape and sexual offenses. The multi-year triple SBC agreement signed with organized labor in 2018 on the promotion backlog of employees has resulted in 58,000 constable, sergeants, and warrant officers being promoted. We have promoted almost 60,000 police backlog that were there, but we have promoted them on the next levels now. SEPs receive allowance. Service allowance has therefore increased from 400 per month to 700 per month. There's been this issue of danger allowance of the police that since the dawn of democracy has been 400 rand. We have increased it to 700 rand with this financial year going forward, with back date of April, from April last year. So we are working on the well-being and the wellness of the police so that when they do the good job, they get paid, and everybody will give them incentives. IPID continues to operate independently while ensuring that the approach is executing their mandate is corrective and not punitive. Amendments of the IPID Act to be concluded before the end of 6th administration. Consequence management is implemented decisively to police at the level that are on the feet, at the level that fits the kind of job that the police are expected to do. The purchase of unarmed aerial vehicles, drones, and body-worn cameras, as well as short spotters in high-density crime areas. We are going big on technology. We are putting things that many people have been crying about, and this year we have budgeted for those things. We have trained the people that will use it. We have trained the pilot that will be pushing our drones. We are dealing with the short spotters. Those are things that detect the firearms where it's shot in the shortest possible time. It tells you where to find those people. So we're going big on technology. Chairperson, we have also allocated 25 million to provinces to safeguard police stations. Police themselves, they get attacked, and they were improving their safety by allocating money that they put CCTV on the station, they put fencing and all that, so that they are safe as they do their work. 1.8 billion allocated for the procurement of vehicles to improve police visibility. We are buying cars. We have put 1.8 billion to buy those cars. Capacitation of frontline service operations at 10,111 call centers that we're working with the presidency as Vulindlela to help us to work and improve the situation. 1 billion is allocated to building of police stations, and 30 million for conversion of trucks to mobile community service centers. 13 new police stations will be handed over to communities in the 23-24. We've started last week. We handed over the Gqeberha one at Chedi. A new police station will be handing over 12 more going forward. Those are the police stations that have been built. Besides building new one, we'll be handing these to the communities. This speaks to the whole of government, what we're doing, the society approach to crime and violence prevention in the country as approved by the Cabinet. The 6-pillar integrated crime and violence prevention document seeks to deal with the drivers of crime and calls on national, provincial, and local government to address the needs of the citizens of the country. This document has been passed by the Cabinet that crime is not the issue of the law enforcement only, but is across the government. There are many departments that will have to help us to fight crime. Things like human settlement, they need to build houses, they need to fix roads, they need to fix lights, they need to fix the vegetation around municipalities, make sure that everything is kept clean so that we are able to do our work. So we're making that call of working together. Chairperson, South African Police Service budget, vote 28 is 1.2.7 billion rand. Department of Civilian Secretariat is 150.5 million. Independent Police Investigating Directorate is 357 million. There's been a call that we need to increase these two budgets because it looks like they are monitoring the giant budget and with a very short legs. So indeed, it's a call that we have made, is a call that we all support, and is a call that we believe that everybody will support. But we are really working hard to change the situation that we have unleashed this Operation Chanela that will formally launch every Monday. This is the third one now. We meet as the national management and the ministry and scan what we have done during the weekend. We have Operation High Density, moving from Okai Mulao of Gauteng, all provinces. It's not only Gauteng now that does that everybody's out of the office from Thursday to Monday to make sure that we collect all outstanding criminals, all outstanding illegal firearms, and make sure that we saturate the streets. We are able to respond. We are part of the communities. We work with the communities. We talk with the communities so that we see that the crime situation is made better. Chairperson, maybe it's the time that people that I work with, especially the deputy minister, that we are working very, very well. I hear people complaining about DMs and their ministers. We don't have that problem in that department. We work tops. The national commissioner, the head of the DPCI, the head of the IPID, the CEO of SERA, the secretary of Secretariat, and all people that we work with, especially a person that keep me sane, a person that keep me walking. Without her, I would not be here. That's my wife, Tembela. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Once again, leadership of the police, General Masemula, you are welcome in the NCOP and the entire delegation. Tatelibia, all of you and the delegation, you're welcome in the National Council of Provinces. On behalf of Ntatema Sondo and Mel Lucas, the leadership of the NCOP, and Chief Whip Mohai. The next speaker, it's Honorable Sheikh, Chairperson of the Select Committee of Security and Justice. Your mic?
Right.
Yeah, it's fine now.
Honorable House Chairperson, the Minister of Police, General Bheki Cele, Deputy Minister Kasil Matali, members of the Executive Council, members of this August House. The National Development Plan requires, amongst others, that we build safer communities, promote accountability and fight corruption, and strengthen judicial governance and the rule of law. Achieving a safe South Africa, as envisioned in the NDP, free of fear and corruption, requires an integrated approach with the criminal justice system, local government, community participation, private sector, and role players involved in economic and social development. The NDP requires continued efforts to strengthen the effectiveness of the criminal justice system, including the police, prosecutors, courts, and correctional facilities, radically reduce levels of corruption and crime, particularly trio and contact crimes, and promote community involvement. The fight against crime cannot be separated from the need for social and economic transformation by tackling the three challenges of unemployment, poverty, and the unequal distribution of the country's wealth. Chairperson, each sector of society has a role to play, has a part in creating conditions where crime may no longer thrive. The key focus areas of the 2023 SONA with regard to the South African Police Service are additional personnel and funding to the SAPS, establishment of specialized policing units to address economic sabotage and related crimes, dedicated units to address specialized crimes such as kidnapping, introduction of evidence-based policing, the capacitation of the 10-111 call centers, and community-orientated policing. Over the medium term, the South African Police Service priorities includes improving community safety, combating gender-based violence and femicide, addressing serious and organized crimes, and preventing, combating, and investigating money laundering and terror financing. Specifically, SAPS will ensure more police on the streets and setting up specialized teams that will focus on specific types of crime. More than 10,000 new recruits graduated from the police academies, and a further 10,000 will be recruited and trained this year. Improve the accessibility and functioning of sexual offences courts and expand the network of the Tutuzela care centers. The SAPS 111 helpline reforms, the use of data-driven methods in a more sophisticated way to identify and target crime hotspots. These departmental priorities are aligned with the broad strategic goals and priorities of government as stated in the medium-term strategic framework 2019 to 2024. Chairperson, regarding the safety of our men and women in blue, the department indicated that it had allocated 25 million, and the minister has already alluded to this. Over the past 10 years, the overall fixed establishment of SAPS has been declining. Importantly, the SAPS has developed and refined a model to calculate the human resource needs of each police station, taking into consideration the minimum number of police officers needed to render an effective police service and the population density of the policing area of each police station. With regard to infrastructure projects, SAPS conducts annual accessibility assessments by conducting feasibility or work study investigations to respond to the growing policing demands. The 2023-24 APP lists 21 new police stations on which construction will be finalized between the 2023 and 2025. Chairperson, provision has been made for an additional 240 posts for the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, commonly known as the Hawks, in the 2023-24 Project 10,000 allocation. During 23-24, the DPCI will prioritize the investigations and recommendations by the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into the allegations of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state, recommendations and findings of the Financial Action Task Force, the looting of essential infrastructure, and stealing of natural resources. The DPCI is a crucial agency to address the grey-listed status of South Africa and to increase investigations and arrests related to money laundering and terror financing. Over the medium term, the DPCI will aim to increase the number of the requests to the Financial Intelligence Center on money laundering from 86 to 124, and on terror financing from 151 to 218. The DPCI does not work alone on state capture cases, but criminal investigations are assigned to the National Director for Public Prosecutions. The Investigative Directorate has specifically been created to deal with these matters. The DPCI has provided 15 investigators to work with the ID to assist for a period of 3 years, which will end in August this year. The DPCI has decided to extend these contracts for a further 3 years, which will end in 2025. Some matters are on the court roll and some are pending decision. Chairperson, during the committee's deliberation with the Department of Police, the following key recommendations were made by the committee. The department should ensure that it prioritizes addressing infrastructural challenges in respect of ensuring that police stations are fully functional. Actively conduct research and look at mechanisms to implement digitization of the certification of documents and affidavits, and further research the possibility of implementing the digitization of case files in order to ensure that the police are more focused on crime prevention. Ensure that it implements initiatives to urgently address gangsterism in the Northwest Province and in KwaZulu-Natal. The department should prioritize the anti-gang units in these provinces, specifically to ensure the safety of communities. Ensure more community involvement in the fight against crime and focus on the training of the new recruits in order to increase capacity on the ground in crime prevention initiatives. In this regard, ensure that all CPF structures are functional and operational in all provinces. Ensure that police stations have CCTV cameras and that police officials are issued with bulletproof vests, as well as improve the perception of people on the ground, and that communities feel safe when reporting crimes at police stations. Further, adequate training should be provided to police officials to ensure better communication to victims of crime. Noting the significant progress made, the department should speed up the recovery plan to address backlogs in DNA testing, particularly as it relates to gender-based violence and femicide cases. The department should utilize retired police officials to ensure that there is a good basis for the transfer of important skills within the department, particularly to strengthen the training of new recruits. The DPCI should ensure that it focuses its capacity on investigations pertaining to state capture, corruption, and anti-money laundering, and provide the committee with updated reports on a quarterly basis of progress on these matters. Chairperson, the Civil and Secretariat for Police Services has a key role to reduce violent crime through the promotion of a more active citizenry and the establishment of a new social compact. According to the Secretariat, an integral part of the strategic focus for the CSPS in 2023-24 will be on the functionality assessment of both established community policing forums and community safety forums in order to ascertain effectiveness in terms of the implementation of policy in this regard, and to determine which of these structures need to be assisted and capacitated to function optimally. In 2023-24, the Secretariat will establish a central database to consolidate all its recommendations made to SAPS on various aspects for ease of monitoring and reporting, while SAPS will incorporate the implementation of CSPS recommendation into its reporting frameworks. The Secretariat will conduct a police station census project for 23-24 aimed at collecting comprehensive data at police stations across the country in order to determine the levels of improvements thereof on critical areas affecting policing in relation to the baseline information that was collected in the 2017-18 census. Following deliberations, the committee recommends that the department and CSPS should, despite the budget cuts, find innovative ways to fulfill its function and mandate and work towards achieving the target in its APP. The CSPS, together with the SAPS, should ensure CPFs have all the necessary resources, including tools of trade, uniforms, and stipends to assist in their fight against crime. Continue to strengthen efforts to monitor the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act at police stations, particularly in rural police stations. Further ensure that all police officials are treating victims of domestic violence with dignity and integrity. Ensure that capacity is increased and improved within the legislative unit so that there are no further delays in the drafting of legislation, and continue to strengthen its efforts to monitor the implementation of the IPID recommendations. Honorable Chair, according to the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, it will continue to focus on improving the quality of all its investigations on serious and priority crimes allegedly committed by members of the South African Police Service and the Municipal Police Service, as well as giving high priority to those related to alleged gender-based violence and alleged violence against people from other vulnerable groups, and increasing access to its services. The committee made the following recommendations. The IPID should be an independent institution whose resources and capacity should be increased to ensure that they are able to effectively execute their mandate in all provinces, should make every effort to improve and increase its footprint in all provinces and regions to reach as many communities as possible. The IPOD should prioritize the filling of vacancies of investigators across all provinces, so to increase the investigative capacity within the department. The department must engage the National Treasury to increase the budget of IPOD in order for it to employ sufficient investigators with the necessary skills to conduct proper investigations in all provinces. To improve overall efficiency, IPOD should further ensure that proper systems are put in place to eradicate the case backlogs and to implement the necessary case management systems. IPOD should continue with regular provincial engagements with SAPS, CSPS, and the NPA to ensure compliance with its recommendations and to find mechanisms to ensure that the majority of its cases are prosecuted and disciplinary measures are being implemented. The department should continue to work towards improving staff morale by understanding the needs and frustrations of its employees and find solutions to addressing these challenges to ensure that employees are able to effectively carry out their job responsibilities. In conclusion, Chairperson, having considered all three budget votes, and in the spirit of creating a safer South Africa, the ANC supports budget votes of police, the CSPS, and IPOD. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Shaik. The next speaker is the Eastern Cape MEC Transport and Community Safety, Honorable Ngata. On the virtual platform. Ngata on a virtual platform. Unmute Honorable MEC. Yes, you can continue, MEC. Honorable MEC, unmute and continue with the debate.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm battling with network here, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to you, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and Honorable members and fellow MECs and the generals there of the police. Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, can I switch off the mic? I'm battling the video, I'm battling with the connectivity here.
In light of the challenge of the network, I'll allow you to switch off your mic. Now we are sure that's the MEC.
Thank you.
The video, sorry, the video.
Yeah.
Switch the video off.
Honorable Chairperson, I would like to express my deepest appreciation for taking part in the 2023-2024 budget debate. As the Eastern Cape, we're extremely delighted to contribute on matters affecting the safety and security of our people. And honorable members, in the next few days, the country shall be commemorating the 47th anniversary of the June 16 student uprising. It is an open secret that 1976 student uprising shook the entire world and exposed the racist regime for what it was. Hence, apartheid was declared internationally as a crime against humanity. As part of acknowledging the role of young people, we need to recruit more young people to be at the forefront of our crime combating efforts in the country. We call upon our young people to collaborate with our law enforcement agencies in fighting the ever escalating crime in the country. And police alone will never eradicate crime. Hence, we are making a clarion call on young people and other crime-fighting structures to join our efforts in promotion of crime prevention strategies. As part of encouraging our people to become part of the crime-fighting efforts, the Eastern Cape government took a decision to change the name from the Department of Safety and Liaison to the Department of Community Safety through the Government Gazette number 44416, volume 670. The change is in line with Chapter 12 of the National Development Plan, which envisions a South Africa where people feel free and have no fear of crime. Fundamentally, the name change influences the way in which the department operates compatible with the national additional mandate, which strengthens and extends all expectations as entrenched in the Civilian Secretariat for Police Act. Honorable members, congruent with the name change, there's a desperate need for additional human resources to take on and execute the extended mandate of the department. The changes have compelled the department to revise the service delivery model and review the organizational structure to operate optimally. The extended mandate informs the review of rearrange the post-provisioning in line with the new mandate. The new organizational structure will require adequate budget, and we have since approached the provincial treasurer in the province for funding. We have also presented this to the provincial cabinet for it to take a decision on the matter. And the Honorable Chair, the total budget for the provincial department in the face of all these challenges stands at 115 million for the 2023-2024 fiscal year, of which we received 8.2 million as an additional allocation specifically for community mobilization against crime in hotspots areas across the province, which is quite key as highlighted by the minister in his debate. However, the 8.2 million additional budget could not be entirely allocated for crime hotspots areas because the department does not have the budget for other operations. Despite our interventions and strategies, the Eastern Cape is still confronted by a high murder crime rate, high levels of violent crimes and worrying levels of gender-based violence, as well as the stubborn problem of livestock theft, which continues to plague our province. Unfortunately, these criminal offenses elevate Eastern Cape province to be among the top provinces in as far as violent crimes are concerned. Tireless efforts must be enhanced in eradicating crime in the following areas, which we regard as hotspots, which are OR Tambo, District Municipality, Nelson Mandela Metro, and Buffalo City Metro. Honorable Chair, despite the limited resources, we are forging ahead with our crime-fighting efforts in the province. In November last year, the Department of Community Safety launched the historic Provincial Safety Strategy in East London, where we officially unveiled the Provincial Safety Strategy. The strategy has been warmly welcomed by our stakeholders as it is premised on the will of the people. It is anchored on 6 key pillars, which is active public and community participation and safety through environmental design, also effective and integrated service delivery for safety, security, and prevention of violence, also early intervention to prevent crime and violence and promote safety. And the 5th pillar would be the victim support, and the 6th pillar would be the effective criminal justice system. We continue, Honorable Chair, to encourage our community members to be actively involved in crime combating efforts. We are pleased to announce that 16 community safety forums have been made to become functional through the intervention of our department in the province. This intervention has also been made in high-profile cases, for example, the operations in Lusikisiki, Flagstaff, in Willowvale, and Dickens, formerly known as Alice. And furthermore, the Department of the Departmental Safety Month was implemented in all the districts in the province. And through these interventions, the Nelson Mandela Metro Safer City Concept document was approved. Also subsequently, an integrated action plan was developed. And our department, Honorable Chair, also played a pivotal role in the following programs, that is victim support, school safety, anti-stock theft, criminal justice, court watch brief, the road freight and logistic testing, anti-crime imbizos, and our campaign clarion call saying Musa ukuthula kusonakala. Loosely translated, do not keep quiet when things are going wrong, as part of our mobilization. Honorable members, our province continued to be confronted by high levels of gender-based violence, and some of the cases were difficult to resolve within the short space of time. However, we are optimistic that the newly refurbished and expanded state-of-the-art DNA science laboratory in Gauteng will improve our ability to resolve many cases, including gender-based violence and femicide. Also, Honorable Chair, Police Minister Honorable Bekitele and the Eastern Cape Premier Honorable Mabuyane and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee visited the laboratory as part of conducting oversight and local inspection. The honorable members, we welcome the commitment made by our Minister Tsele, to allocate an additional amount of 100 million to provinces for prioritization of GBVF response and the strengthening of family violence, child protection, and sexual offences units for 2023-2024 police budget. Honorable members, our province is faced with gross shortages of victim-friendly rooms in our police stations. This matter has now been elevated to the priority area in the current financial year. However, our current budget is unable to address all the current backlogs in respect of infrastructure challenges, especially in rural police stations. On SAPS oversight and IPIT, the honorable members, in compliance with the mandate of providing oversight to SAPS in the past 3 quarters of 2022-2023 financial year, the department conducted 60 unannounced visits at various police stations across the province. 39 police accounting engagement programs and with communities took place, and the department monitored 161 service delivery complaints, of which 98 were finalized and 63 are still in progress. Vigorous oversight to SAPS also includes the monitoring of IPIT recommendations against SAPS, and a total of 95 recommendations were received from IPIT, of which 31 were negative and 64 were positive recommendations. And in terms of positive recommendations, this refers to SAPS members that did not contravene the Criminal Procedure Act, and the conviction rate for femicide is sitting at 96%.
As you conclude, Honorable MEC, as you conclude,
just to conclude, Honorable Chair, is that I'm indicating all this as one of the important, roles that are done as we seek to play our oversight role. And our democratic state, which has introduced IPIT for the purposes of dealing with rotten elements in police personnel, has also, succeeded in doing its role. On police civilian secretariat, we need to redouble our efforts as I conclude in mobilizing active citizenry. And this is the cornerstone of committing our people to work hard in combating crime in our communities, as some of the crimes are not policeable. And lastly, Honorable Chair, having highlighted all the above challenges faced by our department, we hope that this budget will go a long way in addressing all our challenges in the province. And thanks very much, Honorable Chair and all the members.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The next speaker is Honorable Badenhorst in the chamber.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, honourable Minister, fellow South Africans, good day. The Mad Hatter is a character from Lewis Carroll's famous novel Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. He's a whimsical and eccentric character who plays host to the Mad Tea Party and along with the March Hare and the Dormouse. The Mad Hatter is known for his peculiar behavior. He includes his obsession with tea, his consistent switching of seats at the table, and his tendency to engage in nonsensical and riddle-like conversations. I've not had the opportunity to inquire whether the Honourable Minister of Police enjoys a cup of tea or not, but judging by his nonsensical and riddle-like utterances in this House today, and his penchant for switching alliances within his own political party, the similarities become uncanny. Unfortunately, safety and security in South Africa today has very little in common with any fairy tale. Based on statistical and published data, a recent ranking of the safest countries in the world in 2023 lists South Africa as one of the most dangerous, measured by our country's murder statistics. South Africa sits in 187th place out of 192 countries, making it the 5th most dangerous country in the world. Every day in South Africa, 70 of our citizens are murdered. 146 women are sexually assaulted, which equates to one person every 10 minutes. There's one contact crime committed every 50 seconds in this country. That is 15 contact crimes by the time I've completed this speech today in this House, and 78 sexual assaults. Think about that. This country, South Africa, ranks as being more dangerous than Iraq, Somalia, Russia, and Mexico, to name but a few. I didn't say Lady R. What's more concerning is the number of murders showed a year-on-year increase of 13.6%, while attempted murder increased by 19.4%. It is amidst these worrying statistics that we note overall in the budget of the 2023-24, the police have received a main appropriation of 102.4 billion rand, which is a nominal decrease of 417 million or 0.4% compared to the previous financial year. In real terms, that's when you take inflation into consideration, the department's allocation decreased with 5.18 billion rand or 5.6%. 2012 was quite an auspicious year in South Africa's history. This was the year that the ANC government adopted the National Development Plan. Might I remind you, it states, and I quote, "In 2030, people living in South Africa feel safe at home, at school and at work, and they enjoy a community life free of fear. Women walk freely in the streets and children play safely outside. The police service is well-resourced and professional, staffed by highly skilled officers who value their work, serve the community, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect the peaceful against violence, and respect the rights to equality and justice." 11 years down the line and just 7 years away from 2030, I cannot but agree with my colleague in the National Assembly, the Honourable Andrew Whitfield, that South Africa's safety and security environment has deteriorated dramatically since the NDP was adopted by government in 2012. 2012, members, is also coincidentally the year where our very own cat in the hat minister got fired by President Zuma as the National Police Commissioner after having tried to play real estate broker with his buddy Rusha Bango in the Department of Public Works for the new police headquarters in Pretoria. The botched 500 million rand property deal has become just another example of ANC corruption, and maybe this is the reason that the ANC government spends more than 3 billion rand on VIP protection for politicians. In an answer to a written question posed by my colleague, the Honourable Tim Broadhurst recently, regarding the cost of deployment for the VIP protection unit, responsible for the static and in-transit protection of the President, the Deputy President, former Presidents and Deputy Presidents, Cabinet Ministers, MECs and foreign visiting dignitaries, National Police Commissioner General Masemola, thank you for being here, General. Yes, the same one without the security clearance, has admitted that the cost amounts to more than 1.85 billion rand for in-transit protection and more than 1.2 billion rand for static protection, respectively. One of the main factors that influence resourcing allocations to provinces is the size of the population of a province. Despite this, the provincial allocation to the Eastern Cape, with a population of 6.7 million people, is 894,628 rand, as opposed to the Western Cape, with a population of 7.2 million, only being allocated 807,415 million rand. In the Western Cape, the police-to-person ratio is 1 officer to every 560 people. The national average is 1 to 369. The DA-run government in the Western Cape will not allow current police leadership and misuse of taxpayers' money to expose our residents to more crime and violence than what is already endured under the ANC government nationally. You say, Minister, that various departments need to work together. We all know talk is cheap. It will not happen without a plan. The DA-run Western Cape's response to crime is primarily governed by the Western Cape Safety Plan, which was introduced by Premier Alan Winde in 2019. The overarching goal of this document is to reduce violent crime in the Western Cape such that the murder rate is halved by 2029. The safety plan takes a holistic approach to crime with a focus on prevention as well as enforcement. As such, various provincial departments, including the Department of Health and Wellness, Department of Social Development, the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, are mandated with the carrying out of a range of programs which seek to reduce social ills and causes of violence. We don't say we need to do something, Minister, in the Western Cape. We get on and we do it. This program is certainly on track in the Western Cape, as borne out in today's statistics released for the last quarter. Let me just dwell on that for a second. The murder rate in South Africa has increased by 3.4%. The murder rate in the Western Cape has decreased by 14.1%. Sexual offences in South Africa has decreased by 4.3%, but in the Western Cape, it's decreased by 10.7%. Attempted murders in South Africa has increased by 8.3%. The Western Cape, it's decreased by 7%. Assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm has increased by 0.2% nationally. In the Western Cape, it's decreased by 1%. However, the safety plan also puts a premium on enhanced investigative and enforcement capacity. This is primarily the task of law enforcement, of the Law Enforcement Advancement Project, our LEAP project in the Western Cape. According to the most recently released crime stats, the Western Cape's murder to population ratio has decreased since the inception of the safety plan, with the Western Cape having gone from the first to the third most violent province in South Africa. However, it should be noted that violent crime still remains an issue in the Western Cape. As a central initiative of the safety plan, the Western Cape currently maintains just over 1,200 LEAP officers who work closely with SAPS in order to enhance the enforcement capacity. LEAP officers are deployed to hotspots of violent crime in the Western Cape. These deployments are constantly monitored and evaluated in order to ensure that resources are allocated as effectively as possible. LEAP is strategically deployed and its operations are based on evidence and data. This approach is also used as part of the monitoring and evaluation to determine the effectiveness of LEAP and inform a cycle of continuous improvement. This includes our top 10 murder areas in the Western Cape, such as Delft, Gugulethu, Harare, Khayelitsha, Kraaifontein, Mfuleni, Mitchells Plain, Nyanga, Philippi East, and Samora Machel. Other high crime rates in which they are deployed are Atlantis, Bishop Lavis, and Hanover Park, along with Lavender Hills, Steenberg, and Grassy Park. The stats released this morning has shown that the homicide decreased in Gugulethu by 5%, Khayelitsha 17%, Mfuleni 6%, Samora Machel 2%, Atlantis 23%, and Bishop Lavis 10%, to name but a few. LEAP has had some important successes. Since the first officers were deployed in 2020 until April 2023, LEAP officers confiscated 360 illegal firearms and has participated in 16,270 arrests. From the 2021-2022 financial year to the 2022-23 financial year, murder rates in 8 of the 13 police precincts equipped with LEAP officers have decreased. More than 1 billion rand has been invested in LEAP. For this current financial year, a further 350 million has been allocated. In addition to this, 10 million rand has been set aside for the establishment of LEAP stations. tangible metric of the success is the Mfuleni police station dropping down from 1st to 7th rank in terms of number of reported murders, with Nyanga dropping from the 5th most violent precinct by murder to the 22nd. While perhaps not as high profile as LEAP, the Department of Community Safety and Police Oversight also produces the annual Policing Needs and Priorities report, which identifies gaps in SAP's policing capability. This report is prepared by assessing the 151 police stations in the Western Cape in order to devise policy which might improve their capability. In recent years, the PNP reports have shown that the Western Cape suffers from a chronic problem of SAP's under-resourcing, in which there is a substantial deficit in the number of SAP's officers deployed to the Western Cape. It will be good to dwell on the fact that there's also 105 functional CPFs in the Western Cape, and our Western Cape government has budgeted 6.25 million rand in further professionalizing our neighborhood watches. The DA Western Cape government has proven once again that with political will to create a capable state, listen carefully, with respect to the rule of law and a culture of accountability to our electorate, the argument for the devolution of police functions to lower government levels are becoming more and more urgent. This is why the Western Cape Provincial Powers Bill was being tabled in the Western Cape Legislature last week. This bill seeks to identify and remedy failures of the national government, to promote the assertion of existing provincial powers, to actively seek the assignment or delegation of additional power, mandate the Western Cape government to prepare reports and draft bills to fulfill these objects, and to create a mechanism for the Western Cape Parliament to introduce national legislation in the National Council of Provinces through our delegates here. The DA remains committed to the devolution of national powers to capable provinces in order to bring quality service delivery and good governance to all communities. The voters are tired of the ANC Mad Hatter Tea Parties and the bevy of corrupt and intellectually challenged characters around that Tea Party table. Come 2024, the DA will be the voters' party of choice. Mr. Chair, I have a few seconds left. Please allow me to dedicate my last few seconds to ask this House, if they so wish, to join me in a moment of silence to honor the brave men and women in blue who have sacrificed their lives in the past year in the line of duty. We send our condolences to their families, and we are grateful for their service. We thank them and we thank their sacrifice.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Malika. And House Chair Mama Ngwenya. House Chair Mama Ngwenya will be coming to take over.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable DA has gone backward. He lost 3 million votes in the local government 2021 compared to 2016. So, Western Cape is a country because Western Cape wena ukuthi country na babantu bayahlupheka lapha kuKhayelisha kwenzeka zonke izinto ngalokuthi nazi ukuthi yini eniphilayo la eWestern Cape. Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip, Minister, Deputy Minister, Special and Permanent Delegate. The ANC supports the budget vote. I wish to begin with a quote by our first democratically elected president, Dr. Nelson Mandela, who on the occasion of launch of criminal prevention campaign said, "We are long past blaming all our difficulties on our past, but it is at our peril that we ignore the roots of South Africa." So awazi nokuthi ilona idemocracy yafika njani bongakazali. Roots of South Africa's high levels of crime in the apartheid era. It left us with a justice system pervaded with lawlessness and criminality. It corroded the moral fabric of our society. Its legacy of poverty will take years to eradicate. For all these reasons, our fight against the unacceptable level of crime must be a many-sided one and have the active participation of every sector of society, close quote. House Chairperson, the National Development Plan requires, among others, that we build safer communities, promote accountability, and fight corruption, and strengthen judicial governance and the rule of law. The vision of the NDP Chapter 12 is to build safer communities so that people living in South Africa feel safe at home, at school, and at work. South Africans should enjoy community life without fear, where women walk freely in the street and children play safely outside. Achieving the vision of the safe South Africa, free of fear and corruption, requires an integrated approach with the criminal justice system, local government, community participation, private sector, and role players involved in community and social development. The NDP requires continued efforts and strengthening of effectiveness of the CJS, including the police, prosecutors, courts, and correctional facilities, radically reduce levels of corruption and crime, particularly carjacking, robbery, residential, and robbery non-residential, and contact crimes and promote community involvement. The fight against crime cannot be separated from the need for social and economic transformation by tackling the triple challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Each sector of society has to play
Honorable House Chair.
part.
Is the member that's currently at the podium willing to take a question through you, House Chair?
Unfortunately, I want.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable member.
No.
Uyafuna ukuthatha question?
Anginaso isikhathi se-questions, siyadebate
No,
lana abantu
honorable
balindile
member.
emakhaya ukuthi i-budget iza nani.
Thank you.
Ama-question ekhona isikhathi sawo, Chairperson. Each sector of society has a play its part in creating conditions where crime may no longer thrive. The ANC government is committed in the fight against fraud, corruption, and maladministration. Njengoba benza ngathi yibona-ke abayikhommitha kule nto namhlanje abacula yona i-corruption ngathi yibo abathi bazawukulwa nayo. In strengthening the fight against crime and corruption, the 2023 ANC Lekgotla noted progress in key areas in the security sector. This includes the additional recruitment of police officers and the strengthening of key institutions such as the National Prosecuting Authority. Lekgotla called for an integrated program which will ensure that South Africa is a crime-free society by 2030. Key actions will include the following. 1, assessing and strengthening community policing forum, increasing the ratio of personnel to citizens, addressing cyber security, strengthening the intelligence services, ending political assassinations, addressing stock thefts, strengthening witness protection, and improving the management of migration, especially as it relates to Zamazamas. The Lekgotla also echoed the January 8 statement in relation to the fight against gender-based violence and femicide and called for consideration to be placed on having a specialized unit. As President Mandela alluded, fighting crime requires a collaborative, many-sided approach. Moreover, crime and corruption requires a budget. House Chairperson, in his 2023 budget speech, the Minister of Finance indicated that government will be doing a number of things, including strengthening the capacity of the state to deliver quality public services, investing in infrastructure and fighting crime and corruption. The minister also indicated the need to crack down on criminality in the construction sector and that extortion and intimidation of lawful appointed contractors and the workers they employed will not be tolerated. On illicit trade, the minister indicated that over the past 3 years, the South African Revenue Services has taken several steps to enhance its effectiveness in combating illicit trade, particularly in tobacco. In February 2023, SARS had completed 2,316 seizures of cigarette and tobacco products to the value of 598.8 million. The minister announced that 14 billion has been allocated over the medium term to fight crime and corruption, with the South Africa Police Service being allocated 7.8 billion to appoint 5,000 police trainees per year. One of the weak points which have been identified in the criminal justice system is a silo approach in the fight against fraud and corruption. Notwithstanding the existing challenges, we can appreciate the levels of collaboration and coordination between the Investigative, Directorate, Asset for Faith Unit, the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit, Special Investigating Unit, and the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation. We encourage the different role players in the justice value chain to continue working together in order to fight crime and make South Africa a safe place. The third quarter crime figures show that while there are increases in contact crimes such as murder, assault, and robberies, there is improvement in crimes detected as a result in police action. It has been reported that there are signs of improvement in crimes, such as cash in transit, haste, and the bank robberies, which have reported decreased in the period of reporting. These decreases are attributed to increased policy visibility through patrol, stop, and search operations, vehicle checkpoint, and roadblocks. The importance of visible policing cannot be emphasized enough. It has been reported that more patrol vans and high-powered vehicles have been ordered to supplement visible policing, and specialized units such as highway patrols, flying squad, to respond effectively to crime. The new fleet of police vehicles will bring better police visibility and empower police to be more effective in fighting crime. House Chairperson, community policy forums were foundationally to South Africa transition to democracy. When first established, they provided a bridge between the police and communities in the context of deep mistrust and hostility towards the police. With the alarming level of crime, it is important to reflect. The 2014 report of the Kayelisha Commission shows that communities with the most crime may also have the least function. Strengthening CPFs is critically in the fight against crime. We welcome the work done by the DPCI in ensuring that those who killing police officers are brought to book. In the strongest possible terms, we condemn the killing of people, especially those entrusted with the duty to ensuring the safety of everyone. We will continue playing an oversight role over the department. We all want a safer South Africa. The ANC supports. And Chairperson, I left my 4 minutes for the minister that can respond.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, the next order. The next speaker is Honorable F. Mazibugo, Gauteng MEC Safety and Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. And acknowledge the presiding officers and the House chairs. Let me also acknowledge Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister. Let me also acknowledge the Chief Whip of the House. And let me also acknowledge the members of the NCOP, MECs in attendance, the NASCOM and other law enforcement agencies present today. It is an honor for me to be part of this debate this afternoon. And as always, as the Minister has actually indicated, that Operation Ukaimlao will continue saturating all crime hotspots in Gauteng, and it will no longer be conducted only twice a week, but every day is going to be Ukaimlao Day. And I'm definitely sure there won't be any place to hide for all the criminals. They will have to migrate to Kuvuki land, because as provinces, we are now united and helping the minister in ensuring.
You can start looking for the criminals in Letuli House.
Aye, wena. NgesiZulu, Madam House Chair, kuyakuthiwa ingane engakhali ifela embelekweni. We have heard the cries of our communities who continue to live in fear and can't even walk at night or during the day because the availables are actually taken from them. Thus far, the Gauteng provincial government, led by Honorable Premier Yusufi, is resolute in its concerted efforts to strengthen the fight against crime, corruption, and vandalism and lawlessness. And to this end, the department has aligned the elevated priorities as per the commitments made by Premier during the State of the Province address to Growing Gauteng Together GGT 2030 Program of Action and to the GGT 5-year policing plan that we have already focused on in ensuring that we work accordingly. We indeed welcome the 20 million allocated to the CPFs, and this will strengthen the community in blue, which is men and women who have been volunteers safeguarding our communities. And we wish to pay tribute to all of them and grateful that finally the national government, through the dedicated work that is being done by Minister and Deputy Minister, they finally saw the light that they must also put in more resources in ensuring that CPFs are strengthened. The department will continue to monitor the priority police stations here in Gauteng, as we are using the Gauteng Information of Police Performance Systems, which is shortly known as GIPS model, as a yardstick to measure performance. And this oversight function will continue in the priority stations as mandated by Section 206, subsection 3 of the Constitution. In addition to providing oversight, the department will continue to support the implementation of crime-fighting initiatives. The department's effective implementation of the interventionist oversight approach during the 22-23 financial year led to the procurement of 50 patrol vehicles and 4 additional mobile police stations for the South African Police Service to enhance visible policing and response in crime hotspots on highways and in public spaces on a 24-hour basis. Gone are the days when our communities will phone a police station asking for a van and they are told, "Aweko ama van." With this intervention, we are sure that there won't be any police station that will say it does not have a van. The Gauteng provincial government's approach with respect to implementation of this oversight model will continue to reassure the law enforcement agencies leadership at different levels of command that were together in dealing with the crime challenges in this province. In the past 3 years, Honorable House Chair, we have managed to procure 100 high-powered BMWs, 12 mobile police stations, 50 patrol vehicles for the South African Police Service, and 29 GPV cars that has already been donated to the SAPS so that victims of abuse do not suffer secondary victimization. This we do as the provincial government in a bid to ensure that police have the necessary resources, improve police visibility, and ensure access to police services. The department will continue to observe the impact of these improvements in the 2023-2024 financial year, while focusing on improving policing in various priority locations within the province. The GGT 5-year policing plan and the integrated crime prevention and violence strategy, the expectation is that the leadership of these various law enforcement agencies led by SAPS should intensify efforts to achieve the deliverables as set out in the plan. One of these key deliverables is the enhancement of community policing which is made possible by the immense community support that exists in the form of functional community policing forums and community patrollers. The concept of safer communities will be achieved through greater oversight of policing service delivery as carried out in the surveys at various police stations, and the department will continue to intensify its oversight function over the metropolitan police departments through the war room model. And our plan is to ensure that bylaw enforcement is intensified during this financial year in all the policing precincts. As Gauteng, we have also started focusing on elevated priorities, and we have identified crime as an apex priority. And in this financial year, we will be taking bold steps towards implementing our crime fighting initiatives. The provincial government has investigated strategies for stepping up the 5 elevated priorities, and with an emphasis on strengthening the fight against crime, corruption, vandalism, and lawlessness. These elevated priorities are underpinned by the Gauteng Provincial government desire to improve the living conditions of the citizens and visitors in Gauteng, with specific focus on township and informal settlement and hostels. I wish to quote from our stalwart, Charlotte Mateke, who said, "Do it. You can't conquer what you did not attempt," which is what has propelled us as the Gauteng Provincial government to recruit 6,000 crime prevention wardens as part of strengthening our efforts in the fight against crime and improving visibility and effectiveness of law enforcement in our respective communities. These community crime prevention wardens will be deployed in the 361 tissue wards across the 5 corridors of our province. The allocation of these wardens aims to ensure that each of these wards are attached to teach areas have an average of these community crime prevention wardens, and their deployment will be extended even in areas identified as hotspots to augment the work of the law enforcement in Gauteng. Through the addition of these crime prevention wardens, our law enforcement has received a significant infusion of energy and manpower, and they bring fresh perspective to the fight against crime, irrespective of their evolving nature of criminal activity. By expanding the size of the force, we've already decreased our capacity, we've already drastically increased our capacity to patrol the streets and increase visibility as a means of apprehending those who violate the law, thus enforcing the rule of law, and there be law and order in our province. On e-policing, honorable members and House Chair, in February, as the Gauteng Provincial government, we convened an e-policing dialogue with all law enforcement agencies and private security companies here in Gauteng to encourage meaningful partnerships and collaboration to make communities and public spaces safer and secure. This exercise has resulted in many companies making their resources available and committing to make sure that they will work together with law enforcement agencies. And this partnership will go a long way in reducing criminal activities in the province and positioning Gauteng as a global competitive city region. As part of efforts to strengthen this fight against crime, the Business Against Crime is also instrumental in ensuring that they mobilize all these resources and they're able to assist us. And so far, we have seen the rollout of CCTV cameras, which will be placed strategically in disadvantaged communities in Gauteng. And the plan is to make sure that the provincial government, through all its partners, augment these efforts. And the Gauteng provincial government will also roll out e-panic buttons and e-panic apps to all our community members from hotspot areas as part of rapid response. This will make sure that those that are vulnerable are able to get these services, and the solution will offer an on-demand emergency response for safety and security for Gauteng residents. We will be also establishing our provincial command center, which we believe if all law enforcement agencies working together, you have heard Minister also is procuring technology. It means through this provincial command center, all these technologies will be linked together, and plus we as Gauteng have procured 2 helicopters, 200 patrol vests. As I conclude, Madam House Chair, 144 drones, and 351 fully functional surveillance cameras will be deployed in all our hotspot areas. And I believe if we work together, we'll make sure that our work is concerted and we fight crime. As I've indicated, Gauteng will no longer be the same, and South Africa will no longer be the same if all of us are together in the fight against crime. Thank you very much, Madam House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Mazibuko. Siyabonga Mwelase, Kukai Mulao. The next speaker, honorable members, is Honorable G. Mikalakis.
It took her 4 precious years. House Chairperson, Ishmael Ghana was killed whilst in police custody at the beginning of the COVID-19 lockdown in a holding cell in Indonesia in Gauteng. IFP, with its scarce resources, did an investigation and recommended that steps be taken against 8 officers. Months later, the SAPS still did not act on these recommendations. Over the last 10 years, the SAPS in Gauteng province have killed more than 900 people. Under this ANC government that is solely responsible for the police function, more than 900 individuals, Minister, have been killed by the police that you head in one province alone.
But can you take the question?
Honourable House Chairperson, if the member was able to formulate a question, I would have, but I think he would actually benefit more from listening than asking questions. So I won't take one right now. Thank you.
My question is the following.
House Chairperson, no government can claim to be civilized or democratic when its police service murders its citizens and there is no accountability and consequences. These are the actions we witnessed under the apartheid era militarization of the police service, and something that we thought came to an end when the dawn of democracy came in 1994. But we only need to think back to Marikana, for example, to see that this is not necessarily the case. 900 lives, Minister, lost at the hands of the police. These are just the murders at the hands of police in one of the 9 provinces. And I haven't even come to the cases of rape, where women are told by a whole minister that they should count themselves lucky that they've been raped by only one man in this country. Maybe the minister needs to be reminded that he is ultimately responsible for keeping them safe. And by the way, the police's weapon of choice against the victims on the same day Gama was killed was pipes. They used pipes to beat individuals with to enforce the law. Then, in August 2022, 2 police officers murdered a man in Fishhoek who sought the police's help when he reported his girlfriend missing. And early in May this year, in Durban, a 42-year-old police captain murdered a 33-year-old man who allegedly stole his laptop in Lingalecha. In another incident that I saw on my phone in Bloemfontein, I saw video footage of a police officer who skipped a red light in a police van in Milner Road on his way to Bainsvlei police station. He drove at an unbelievable speed with no emergency and drove over 2 innocent bystanders. So I can go on and on with examples from around the country. It's not an isolated case. All of these incidents occur because there's a segment in the police driven by egos. This segment thinks that a uniform makes you untouchable and that you are, for some reason, the class captains of society. They bully their colleagues within the SAPS, and they bully the society that they're supposed to serve. They get this from the example they receive from the school principal, the Mad Hatter, die blygemaakte generaal. It is the consequence of a patriarchy that is so deeply rooted that we saw it on full display during lockdown, where keeping people off beaches were more important than fighting real crime. It's the same kind of patriarchy and bullying that keeps gender-based violence in this country alive. I do not for 1 minute argue that our police do not face extreme difficult circumstances in the field, and I respect deeply the fact that often they put their lives at risk for us. But there's a difference between a policeman faced with imminent danger to his or her life and a policeman standing with a pipe over an unarmed individual beating him to death. Rape is not a self-defense mechanism, Minister, not even for a policeman, and there is no justification for such actions. Throw in with this the immense stress that officers are facing because they are under-resourced, and it's easy to understand why even some of the good ones become trigger happy. They have very few vehicles that work, no lights when there's load shedding, and even lack basic things such as uniforms. The hardworking officer on the ground is often left to make things work out of their own pocket, whilst the band of generals, their purpose, which puzzles many of us, literally eat up the budget after the bill for protecting ANC politicians has been paid. We are in a crisis of police brutality in this country, and it is undeniable. Yet IPID, which has the mammoth task of ridding our police of the rapists, murderers, and thugs in its ranks, does not have the budget to do their job properly. The budget for IPID's core job, which is investigating police misconduct and crime, will go up by between 0.24% and 4.43% this year. This, whilst inflation is at 7%. IPID, therefore, in real terms, faces a severe budget decrease. Every year, without exception, my more knowledgeable among the ANC colleagues in this House join me in expressing their concerns about this. IPID already can't meet its targets, and its budget is being hollowed out year after year. Yet, when we have to vote on the budget, they support the decrease in real terms. Some will speak after me in this debate and defend the cuts in the IPID budget, because ANC loyalty weighs more than getting rid of the rapists and the murderers within the police. Like they turned a blind eye every year when we warned them against the state capture thugs, so they turn a blind eye to this as well. And they will have to live with their conscience and explain this to voters when they go and ask for support for the ANC in 2024. IPID cannot reach its targets with this budget. Only 7% of the investigations were ultimately prosecuted by the NPA. It had to decrease all its targets for investigation, and it is still not reaching 100% of almost all of them. And then, when a recommendation is finally sent to SAPS to effect, the police does nothing to act against their own, effectively rendering all IPID's efforts fruitless. House Chairperson, the investigators at IPID do an important job when they don't receive bribes from Ponzi schemes. They do a good job, and I respect them for their efforts. But there's a reason they are overworked and under-resourced. If this ANC government was serious about cleaning up SAPS and having a professional police service that's a friend to the law-abiding citizens in this country, it would have prioritized this budget. It would have made sure that they have all the resources they need and do the investigations, and they would act on these investigations decisively and quickly. None of this is happening. The only conclusion one can make is this: that IPID is currently one of the biggest threats to the mafia within the police, and that it suits them to keep hollowing IPID out. They do not worry about the lives of the innocent public. They worry about their perks and their pockets. And year after year, the ANC members in Parliament, who you, the public, voted for to protect you against this, shamefully and obediently put this mafia before you, the voting public. House Chairperson, a groot skande, yes. I honestly and sincerely do not care what the minister's reply to these comments will be at the end. The whole of South Africa has stopped taking him seriously years ago already, and he is relevant only in his own mind. But my plea is with the ANC members on these benches. You know that this budget is bad for the public we were elected to serve. Let's stand together as a House in the interest, not of our political parties, but in the interest of the voting public we were elected to represent. Let's reject this budget and send them back to come up with something that respects the lives of all our people. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable M. Dlamini, EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. First, I would like to state that Even though I was born right the year before democracy, we are the generation that has inherited traumatized parents and live in a post-colonial state. And so we're living the consequences of apartheid. And therefore, you cannot dismiss me because of my age to say that I cannot denounce a legacy that has traumatized a nation. Therefore, I greatly and deeply disagree with the quotes of the former president, Nelson Mandela, because he absorbed the legacy of apartheid. And it is with that that our former oppressors use his name to dismiss us today. Chairperson, the gigantic economic freedom fighters, a protest movement founded on the principles of anti-capitalism, anti-sexism, anti-corruption, and anti-racism, is celebrating its 10th year anniversary. This year, the EFF reaches a decade of advocating for the expropriation of land without compensation, for equitable redistribution, the nationalization of mines, banks and other strategic sectors of the economy, the building of state and government capacity, free, decolonized and quality education, healthcare, houses, sanitation, massive protected industrial development to create sustainable jobs, open massive investment in the development of Africa, the African economy, accountable and corrupt-free government. And this year, we also celebrate 10 years of fighting against violent crimes and advocating for satellite police stations that will open 24 hours, 7 days a week in every ward in this country where there is no police station. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the proposed budget for the Department of Police, IPID, and Civilian Secretariat for Police. The EFF has on various platforms long noted that South Africa has become a haven for criminals to do as they please. With disturbingly high levels of gender-based violence, a murder rate which is spiraling out of control, and a rise of public assassinations across all spheres of this country. And every quarter, South African crime statistics released by the Minister of Police reaffirm the alarming crime problems in this country. The levels of violent crime have increased drastically since Mr. Ramaphosa became a president, with an increase in cash in transit heists, assaults, murder, and sexual crimes. The SAPS DNA laboratory service has collapsed, Chairperson, leading to compromising thousands of cases of sexual crimes which cannot be provided without DNA evidence. Alarmingly, mass shootings in places of public gatherings have increased. This all while Mr. Ramaphosa has replaced intelligence in the office of the presidency. And SAPS has not shown any convincing responses to the high levels of crime, and they have failed to send a firm warning to all criminals in South Africa that they've declared a war on crime. The South African Police Service faces challenges regarding safety and security, even among their own ranks. And there have been a number of attacks on police and police stations, and these continue to rise. And in the face of high levels of murders and cases of rape, Mr. Ramaphosa has kept Begitsele, the honorable minister, in the police. This on its own reveals little regard for the well-being of the people of this nation, who have to bear the consequences of a lawlessness society. Chairperson, the spiraling levels of crime in South Africa demand a firm and direct response. The gang wars in the Cape Flats in the Western Cape, not the utopia that the propaganda DA is trying to feed down our throats, and the gangsterism in Helenville in Gqeberha must be put to an end. Innocent lives have to be protected from being recruited into gangsterism and drug abuse. This department is failing in both crime prevention and detection. As the EFF, we reject the budget of the departments where police performance and conduct has deteriorated over the past 2.5 decades, with priorities remaining unchanged. This department is plagued by insufficiency and dysfunctional performance. The IPID has no teeth ever since the ruling party removed Robert McBride and has been captured by the police to protect their criminal ways. SAPS and the ruling party are taking minimal steps in the fight against corruption, for there exists a lack of will on the part of both SAPS and government to counter corruption. Violent crimes, and in particular murder, is getting worse, and there has been 62% increase in murders and a 32% increase in armed robberies since 2012. Mr. Cele, all this is happening right under your nose, and your inaction on cases such as this is a huge incitement on you and on the state. The alarming rates of crime in this country is a result of a lack of coordination in law enforcement agencies. There are no believable strategies in place to speak of, which focus on the phenomenon of femicide, rape, sexual harassment, misogyny, and patriarchy in general. Our criminal justice system stands as a gigantic nightmare that adds to the limited access to justice for victims of gender-based violence. Many reported cases of rape and other sexual crimes are not attended by the police, and this accounts for many more others being reported. And the public trust in the South African Police Service has been dropping for some time. And this is largely due to the lack of performance from SAPS, coupled with high levels of police misconduct. Chairperson, people cannot trust the police service that keeps failing to keep them safe. Our police officers are simply not well trained to do their jobs. Their training does not speak to the challenges which officers face on the ground. SAPS training needs to be reassessed and improved. As the EFF, we also believe that the crime rates will most efficiently be controlled by addressing issues such as unemployment and lack of income opportunities, which have the greatest impact of choices available to the majority of the people. A conversation must be had in how Mr. Ramaphosa's administration is failing to understand the direct link between poverty, inequality, and crime, including gender-based violence. Chairperson, therefore, we reject the budget of an administration which has been largely reactive rather than preventative in how they respond to crime, often responding long after a crime has been committed. We reject the budget of a department which continues to fail women and children of South Africa, and they find no comfort and justice at our police stations, but are instead re-traumatized, ridiculed, and abused further. This minister has failed to fight and combat criminal activities in South Africa, and our street places are crippling fear and injustice. The ruling party cannot be reformed. It must be destroyed, together with the agenda that they are representing. The only true recourse remaining at the hands of the population is through their vote. For it is only through the EFF where strategies for improving efficiency, accountability, communication, and service delivery can be about. As we celebrate our 10-year anniversary, the EFF once again reiterates the call for the resignation of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa as the President of South Africa. We also call, Chairperson, can I be protected? We also call, you can help, but he must resign. We also call for the incompetent police minister, Mr. Cele, to be fired. South Africans are tired of a minister who thinks his job is to hold press conferences and to hog the limelight. The current commissioner of SAPS must also be suspended for incompetence. Several generals involved in criminal networks and corruption, and many more others, must also be fired, as they also simply do not qualify for their positions. Chairperson, SAPS leadership has to be held. Chairperson, I'm being howled at, and you are not protecting me. I'm on the podium.
Point of order, Chair.
The point of order, honorable member.
I won't be told
House
by
Chair.
you.
House Chair, there's a member in the House who's using the cell phone to record the member of the same party in the debate. This is grossly undermining the rules of this House. This is not an informal arrangement. It's not a meeting outside. This meeting is governed by the rules of the House. Please, I ask you to reprimand Honorable Lutuli for her conduct.
Thanks, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Lutuli. Honorable Lutuli. Ngandeka sisi. Ngandeka ungasaphinda, ungasayenzi. Please. I'm sure ukhuzekile ke now.
But
Order,
can I carry on
honorable
with my
members.
speech?
You can continue on.
But Chairperson, they can't keep howling while I'm speaking and you don't call order to them.
Honorable member, when there's a point of order, I must.
No, you are being biased, but I'll continue. I'm eating my time. Let me repeat for those who did not hear. The EFF calls for the immediate resignation of Cyril Ramaphosa. The EFF calls for Minister Begitele to be fired. The EFF calls for the suspension of the National Commissioner. The current SEPS Commissioner must be suspended. Chairperson, SEPS leadership has to be held accountable for their failures. For it is evident that in order to address the rising levels of crime in this country, we need to remove the ANC from power because it has failed to reduce crime. For there exists a strong link between rising numbers of crime and the lack of police capacity across the country. And finally, Chairperson, the EFF calls on all members of society to join us as we celebrate the 10-year anniversary on the 29th of July at the FNB Stadium. We also ask all peace-loving members of society and the revolutionaries from all walks of the African continent and the diaspora to make donations and contributions to the EFF. We call on supporters to donate livestock, T-shirts, and buses for the anniversary to celebrate the anniversary of this gigantic movement. Chairperson, we reject the budget.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable Sisi Matale, Deputy Minister of Police.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to join the debate. The Chairperson of the NCOP and the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chair of the Select Committee, Honorable Sheikh Sheita, and your colleagues, the Minister of Police, General Begitele, Honorable MECs present on virtual platform, members of the House, the National Commissioner of the South African Police, General Masemola, the National Head of the DPCI, Dr. Advocate Lieutenant General Bea, and the Police Management present here, the Executive Director of IPID, Gauteng, and your team, the Acting Secretary of the Civilian Secretariat, Mr. Ramaru, and your team, Mr. Chauke, the CEO of CIRA. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable Badenhorst stood here, Chair, and spoke of nonsensical things that he alleges were said by those who spoke before him. Listening to what he has said, I think it will be correct to say the converse of that statement is correct.
with regard to what he presented here, because it's indeed nonsensical. We, in the Republic of South Africa, we have 9 provinces, and of these provinces, the resources of the South African
Honorable
police
Deputy
and
Chair.
government in general.
Although we are,
You called me, but you didn't say, why are you rising?
I do apologize. It's good to have a chair. I call on a point of order.
Order, yes, you may continue, sorry.
Although debate is allowed and different words are allowed to be used in the House, it has been ruled in this chamber before that the word nonsense is not parliamentary. Now, it is up for debate whether nonsensical falls under the same, and I would put it to you to please make a ruling on that, whether it's now or at another time. Thank you.
Honorable members, can we allow the DM to continue? Because
Thank
we
you.
should have started with Badenhorst. Can we allow the DM to continue?
Thank you, Chair. We, like I said, that we have deployed extra resources broadly from government here, which we have not done in any part of the country. And people choose not to acknowledge that. We acknowledge good where good happens. Like we appreciate the contribution that the Western Cape has done in the fight against crime by coming with the law enforcement officers. We appreciate that. It's a contribution like Gauteng has done with the wardens. And we encourage all other provinces to make a contribution, because the fight against crime is not a fight that the South African police on their own will win. It needs all of us, all 3 spheres of government. We must join hands in this fight. Well, I guess Honorable Mikalakis realized that the things he's saying is not appropriate. That's why he made a call that he doesn't care what we say after what he has said. I think we should leave it at that, because it
May
does
I
not
ask
deserve.
a question of the speaker?
Honorable Dangor, sorry.
I want to ask a question of the speaker, if the speaker will agree to the question.
No, not now.
The time is not enough.
Thank you, Chair. I think the less said about that, the better. I patiently waited to hear what is this that is supposed to be said about President Nelson Mandela. Honorable Dlamini spoke and ended whatever she was saying without talking to anything that has to do with Nelson Mandela. I think we should continue to appreciate those who came before us and the contribution they have made. We should appreciate that. Of course, we appreciate the fact that a party was formed and this party will be turning 10 years today. We appreciate that. It's an achievement. That, achievements are not based on falsehood and the creation of things that don't exist. For example, to say that the DNA has collapsed and therefore sexual offense cases can be had. I think you live in a different world altogether. The minister presented the achievement that have been made in that regard, that yes, we had a backlog, which was over 240,000, which we decisively dealt with. As we speak, we are at 600. So you can't say there is no difference between 240,000 and 600. Unless if you are mathematics, it's upside down, then you will say that. I think those who are leading you should ask themselves why you are here, because
you are really not helpful to the cause that they are championing. Misrepresenting things is criminal. It's very, very criminal. And we all know what is it that you need to do in order to become a president of a country, or in order to become an organization that governs a country. It's very clear. You don't wish, and suddenly your wishes become reality. It is not going to happen. We are going into elections next year. We have made it clear that we are going into elections, not a secret, so that each and every political party in the Republic of South Africa, those that are registered and those that are not registered, to prepare themselves for elections next year. They are coming. And it's irreversible. That is the platform where you are going to contest to become the dominant party in the National Assembly, and therefore have the right to constitute government. But before that happens, any other thing is wishful thinking. Misrepresenting facts will not change the state of affairs. You can't stand here and call for the resignation of a head of state. You know what you need to do in order to become a head of state. We are going into that correct terrain, and we are going to contest these elections. And we want to warn you that we are going to win decisively. And we are going to come back. You'll meet us after 2024. We will be in charge, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Yes, there have been challenges, but these challenges, we have responded to them in the ministry led by Minister Bheki Cele. We know that there have been campaigns conducted in this country led by people in blue, which was about the removal of General Bheki Cele. He's here. He's here. He's here. He's leading us. We are presenting this budget led by him, which is a budget that is going to contribute in our fight against crime. And it is this budget that we are presenting to you, Chair, and to the people of South Africa, which is going to make a contribution to the fight against crime. And we are already responding. I'm surprised why people could stand here and talk of crime stats that are increasing. We just pronounced crime stats this morning, and the reality is that they are going downwards, not upwards, because of the work that we are doing. You know, definitely there is progress. You wish they were going up, but they are not. They are not, and they are continue to go down because we have put plans in place. We've made a pronouncement here when the minister was presenting the budget that clearly outlines what we are doing, and it has already made an impact. For the past 3 weeks, we have been on the ground, and we will continue to be on the ground until we defeat the crime in the country, because we are certain that victory is certain. We support this budget, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, Siyakuba. I would like now to recognize Honorable S. Lomuka, KwaZulu-Natal, MEC, Transport, Community, Safety and Liaison. Honorable Lomuka.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Greetings to yourself, and greetings to all honorable members, greetings to all Minister of Police, General Cele, and Deputy Minister, Mr. Matale, and all honorable members present in this August House. and also want to extend our greetings to the National Commissioner, General Masemula, and all senior management from the SAPS. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to indicate that it is really an honor for me to engage in this august house during this important debate where we reflect on the budget policy speech presented by the Minister of Police, Minister Cele. It is important because, Madam Chair, to afford all of us an opportunity to engage on the crime fighting strategies, identify areas of improvement, and assist in argument of the existing police plan. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Chairperson, we welcome this budget vote of 102 billion presented by the minister, and the fact that leading crime provinces such as ours are going to be prioritized in this budget. We are also encouraged, Madam Chairperson, by the fact that there is an ongoing recruitment of 10,000 new police trainees, which has been committed for the medium-term expenditure framework. Giyakombisa, Madam Chair, that the minister uyasebenza uyaqhuba uyabalwela abantu bakithi. The additional police deployment will, without doubt, increase the capacity of police, assist leading crime station, and increase police visibility in our province. It will also assist in the rural areas, Madam Chair, because we're coming from the rural area, most which are struggling with the attracting required skills and personnel. Madam Chairperson, the ANC-led government is clear turning a tide in the fight against crime, as also the Deputy Minister have already indicated. This is an evidence in the more than 1 billion have been announced by the Minister of Police of building a new police stations and upgrading the existing building and procurement of the new vehicles. It shows that the minister have an interest in fighting crime, but ensuring that there's infrastructure so that as they recruit new police trainees or officers, at least they have offices. Akekho ngaboni, Madam Chair, that the minister and the deputy minister and the department as a whole, they are working. It is important, Madam Chair, to indicate that in KwaZulu-Natal, the minister and his department have upgraded police stations such as Osutu, where the king, next to the king of KwaZulu-Natal, ahlala khona. Gamalake, Donnybrook, Melmort, and other towns across the province. It shows that the demand is working, the minister is working in ensuring that we create a conducive environment for the police officers who are working, because the department, the minister is upgrading the police station in KwaZulu-Natal. Madam Chairperson, I'll be failing my responsibility if I don't account on the killings under Mpumalanga. This debate is taking place against the backdrop of many killings in the province. Murder continue to be one of the serious crimes we are battling with as a province. It is alarming that areas such as Inanda, Umlazi, Kwamashu, and other areas, they continue to be among the top the top 30 in national leading station. Mpumalanga district has seriously have challenge of crime, where this has been mass killings in 10 people. It is the first incident, Madam Chair, where the Memela family and their relatives were attacked. We wish to condemn the police who within the 24 hours managed to apprehend the suspects. As we speak, those who are suspected are already arrested. And again, in the incident of the 14th of May, 2023, 10 people were killed there at Mpumalanga, and the police are also making progress in their investigation, and we are going to give them all kinds of support in ensuring that those who are killing our people, they are arrested. Chairperson, we want to condemn the good work that the minister is doing, who personally the minister has been in some of the crime scenes in areas and has encouraged communities to work with the police, because we understand that government alone, police alone, they can't do everything. Why we're going to say, let's work together with all stakeholders. Let's work together with the people of our province, with the people of South Africa, because crime does not have a color. Crime does not know any political party. That's why the minister is even preventing crime even to the people that are insulting him everything. There's no minister that's going to be fired by the president. There's no president that's going to resign. Whoever who wants the president to resign, whoever who wants the minister to be fired, they must go and mobilize people to vote for them so that they will have decision in ensuring who's going to be the minister. We're happy with the work that the minister is doing so far. That's why, as the minister has mentioned in his budget, that we need to invest more on resources, be it the infrastructure resources or is personnel. That's why we want to appreciate this budget and also support it as presented by the minister. Madam Chair, let me give a few successes that have been done by the police in our province. We must condemn the good work that's done by the KwaZulu-Natal police under the command of the General Sam Kwanazi. The progress is being made in a number of cases. Last month alone, Madam Chair, it is important to account that more than 8,000 suspects were arrested for various crimes. That shows that the police, they are working under the leadership of Minister Ecele and the Deputy Minister. These most wanted criminals and suspects wanted for murder cases are also arrested. It is important, Madam Chairperson, to indicate that the number of illegal firearms that were recovered during the operation that is done by the police in KwaZulu-Natal. Madam Chairperson, the progress is also being made in fight crime against cross-border in our province. Since the deployment of the crack team by the National Commissioner General Masemula, guided by the Minister of the Police, more than 55 suspects have been arrested. Some who are believed to be part of this syndicate that are stealing our vehicles in our province have been fetched even in Mozambique, even in Swaziland. It shows that there is a clear plan in fighting crime in our province. There is a clear plan to fight crime guided by the minister of this country, Minister Ecele. So there's no one that's going to say the minister is not doing anything. Yes, for sure. The people, they will always follow him because they know that he's doing a good work. There are the minister and the Minister of Police and Minister of Public Works, they are going to, working with the they are going to open a police station at Manguzi, where that police station is very strategic because it also deals with the crime against a board, which is under Umkhanya Gauteng. We must indicate, Madam Chair, that working with the Minister of Police and the Minister of Public Works, and also as the province of Department of Transport, has also mandated the Provincial Executive Council to work to ensure that installing of the Jezi Bera to be stopped by those who are doing illegal crossing of vehicles. That means we must appreciate the work that the departments or the government are working together. That means the district development model, it was launched by the president of this country, President Ramaphosa, is taking place in our province. We are working together in ensuring that we fight crime. We also want to welcome the commitment made by the Minister of Police, General Ecele, who is budget committed in assisting with resources in our province. We'll continue to work with them. We know that there is a new vehicles that have been bought recently and have been launched by the Provincial Commissioner. We are working with various provinces. That's why we did the benchmark at Gauteng. And we also accept that we must learn from our sister provinces guided by the national government. And as I conclude, Chair, We are working with various stakeholders in our province in fighting crime, and we want to welcome this budget presented by the minister and condemn minister and senior management and deputy minister with the good work that they are doing in fighting crime. Siyabonga kakhulu, Madam Chair.
Sibonge, Baba Hlomuga. Thanks very much, Honorable Hlomuga. The next speaker is Honorable SF Detroit, FF Plus.
Agbare voorsitter, Mritsesele is sedert Februarie 2018 die minister van polisie in Suid-Afrika, maar sedertdien het daar nog geen noemenswaardige verskille teweeg gekom nie. Inteendeel, misdaad het net toegeneem. Chair, it's no use chastising the minister for the ever-escalating crime rate in the country and the brutal murders that take place on a daily basis. Why? One may ask. Well, Chair, it's quite simple. To make a positive change, you need to have moral courage. Is bloot net hierdie moeite werd om dag na dag en jaar na jaar en iemand wat 'n teleurstelling is teleurgestel te wees nie, voorsitter. Dis tyd mos. Situational awareness and selective enforcement of the law resulted in the lawless state the country currently finds itself in, where very few people has respect for the law enforcers. Trust and respect are earned, Minister. It's not enforced. Wat is die realiteit wat die huidige Suid-Afrika vandag in die oë moet staar? Is hierdie wat soveel Suid-Afrikaners daagliks moet beleef, voorsitter? 'n Koue skrik verlam jou bene as jy die onheilspellende stilte in murg en been moet voel en dan dit moet ontleed, aangesien gebreekte venster jou slaap onderbreek het. Die honde was eergister vergiftig en ek het spore bo by die groot pad gesien. Is dit vanaand my beurt? Wil hulle vanaand my deel van die verkeerde kant van statistiek maak? Ek is dan onskuldig. Met moordlus en marteling gluur hulle na die huis, geeloog, voorsitter. Het gaan nie oor honger nie, het gaan nie oor te min hê of onreg wees nie. Het gaan oor politieke ideologie, dit gaan oor haat en wraak en magspel. Dis wat ons mense daagliks moet in die gesig staar. Nog trane, julle probeer ons breek. Julle sal dit nie reg kry nie. In another instance, she missed the bus. She had to work the late shift since the price of the standard food basket has increased. And a little girl, Alice, needs new shoes. It's load shedding, and it feels as if the walls has eyes as she walks through the passage and rushes through the effluent to get to a so-called safe space to hitch a ride. Suddenly a blow to the head and someone grabs her by the hair. She howls out, "No, please help." But to avail. Die rouseer van selfverwyd en hartseer en vrees om klein Alice weer te sien, word brutaal en gewetenloos met donderslae weer en weer en weer in haar gedagtes, haar vrese inforceer. Dis te laat. Sy kon hom nie keer nie, voorsitter. Dit was nie haar skuld nie. Sy moes laat werk. Sy moes huis toe gaan. Sy was nie veilig in haar eie buurt nie. Sy was nie beskerm nie. Chair, so many people experience this on a daily basis, the fear and disappointment of farm murders and GBV and rape. How can it be allowed that the lack of political leadership is acceptable, since it influences others and contributes to the lawless state of the country? Voorsitter, polisiebeamptes, gewone hartsmense, wat soggens opstaan en kinders skool toe vat, om hul lewens op die spel te plaas, om ons te beskerm. Dis hulle wat respek verdien. We acknowledge members that stay positive in spite of the fact that they need to go to deliberating offices with insufficient equipment and an abrasive environment, where political influence supersedes the core mandate of being an officer of the law. Dankie aan al die lede wat soms met gehavende staatsvoertuie moeite doen om betyds by 'n toneel aan te kom, om gemeenskapslede by te staan. Dis hierdie lede wat die saak dien. Dis hierdie lede wat respek verdien. Hulle is die wat in murg en been wetstoepassers is. Voorsitter, die manne en vroue wat hierdie brutale tonele moet besoek, ondersoeke doen ten spyte daarvan dat hulle oorlaaiers moet werk, is hulle wat stikkende mense moet bystaan, verwarde, getraumatiseerde gesigte in die oë moet kyk, sonder om self swak te wees, sonder om self wraak te neem, want die reg moet geskied. Is hierdie beamptes wat vanaand self weer moet huis toe gaan, om hulle kinders te bad en hulle in die bed te sit, sonder om emosioneel afgestomp te raak. Die vraag is, voorsitter, kry hierdie beamptes die nodige afwentelings en ondersteuning wat hulle nodig het? It's normal SAPS members were recently given a crash course in crowd control all over the country to assist the POP, the Public Order Police, but they were not issued with sufficient and the relevant tools of trade. Some of them were only given safety goggles to jump into a Corolla and to rush off to where violent protest action is taking place. How can it be expected from them? Daily load shedding results in communication challenges between citizens and the SAPs, and not all stations can be reached at all times. It's the people that feel the brunt of this, not the high-ranking politicians. Chair, at the end of 2022, the SAPs confirmed in this House that they will deploy a special task team to the Dichabotla and JB Marks area to tend to the critical infrastructure theft of ESCOM lines that's taking place in that area. We're still waiting. They haven't arrived. The cables are still being stolen. En veediefstal neem toe op daaglikse basis in die Vrystaat en die Noordwes provinsies. En dringende ingryping is hier nodig, voorsitter. Ons is verblyd. Ons is verheug oor gemeenskappe wat gehoor gegee het aan ons versoek om hulle self binne die raamwerk in die wet te bemagtig en te beveilig. Mans, vrouens en kinders, dankie dat julle aan hierdie vele versoeke gehoor gegee het en by die plaaslike buurt- en plaaswagte aangesluit het. Dankie dat julle deelneem. Dit is julle wat die eerste linie van verdediging is. Dit is julle wat die oë en ore van die plaaslike landelike inligtingstelsel vorm. Moet nie jou vermoëns en julle impak onderskat nie. Julle maak 'n groot verskil. Julle baie uitdagings, voorsitter. Onthou, julle, die gemeenskap, is ons behoud. Ons bepaal ons voortbestaan en nie die ANC nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable VR Shongwe, Mpumalanga, MEC, Community Safety, Security and Liaising.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet all the presiding officers, including the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, my colleagues, as well as other provincial cabinet members who are here, including the members of the House. Well, it is an opportunity that one is taking them with both hands, particularly to partake in this particular debate. Well, as Mpumalanga province, we welcome the budget and the minister's integrated approach to tackle crime and corruption through the use of 10 policing command strategy. The budget vote speech responds decisively to citizens' ongoing concerns about crime and crime prevention in the country. High levels of crime pose a serious threat to our young democracy. And we must say that some of the parties, particularly the DA, was quoting the world crime statistics and comparing it to South Africa. And I've listened to him attentively when he said we are number 5 in terms of crime around the world. But immediately after that, he contradicts himself. Is singling out Western Cape and talk about the programs and activities that were happening in Western Cape. Whereas when he was comparing the statistics, he was talking about one united South Africa. It is very much important that we are mindful of what we are saying, particularly on matters of dealing with crime. Crime results in the deprivation of the rights and dignity of our citizens. and poses a threat to peaceful resolutions of differences and rightful participation of all in the democratic processes. Crime casts fear into the hearts of South Africans from all walks of life and prevent them from taking their rightful place in the development and growth in our beautiful country. Mpumalanga is also prioritizing fight against crime. We have recently launched our own provincial armed intervention, which is called Operation Siyavuta, which is an intelligent-led disruptive operation driven to combat the proliferation of crime. The tracking and tracing of wanted suspects, removal of illegal firearms, attending to money laundering, corruption, and the financing of the acts of terror, including the cross-border financial crimes. These operations are aligned to the minister's strategy called Operation Chanela. And Sifuna, we want to say to the minister himself and the entire ministry that they must not be shaken by some of the critics in this space, precisely because we are approaching the elections in 2024. People will talk not normal, and it's normal, and we are quite aware of them. We want to say to our men and women in blue, continue to lose, who are continuing losing their lives to the criminals, leaving behind a trail of broken hearts, broken homes, and broken children. We perceive such acts as an attack to the state. Therefore, we call upon the Justice Department to be harsh on those perpetrators of crime by imposing lengthy jail terms. We want also to applaud our communities, particularly in Mpumalanga. There were a lot of successes that were informed by information that we were getting from the community, either through the provincial commissioner or other station commanders and other security clusters. We really appreciate that, because there's no crime that you can fight as police only or security cluster only. We must work with the community. And we want also to appreciate that as Mpumalanga, we have benchmarked in Gauteng in terms of how to deal with the issue of stipends to the CPF. Fortunately, the TSMs, which are tourist safety monitors, they are getting stipends, and as such, they are contributing in making sure that we identify all criminals who are terrorizing our tourists in the Mpumalanga. While the police are working hard to bring crime suspects to face the full wrath of the law, we want to appeal to judiciary to tighten bail conditions so that it does not become easier for dangerous suspects to be granted bails. And we also want to say to the minister, as much as we support his budget and his plans and strategies, that I think he will take note that if you talk of Western Cape, who are always criticizing him, as well as KZN and Gauteng, they are getting a bigger chunk of money. And we must say that one, as maybe smaller provinces, the space that we are working on might also be bigger in terms of sizes. So I will really appeal that the minister consider that we all get the share, the fair share, same amount of topping up, because we are also provinces that are at work, and we need resources as much as we can. And remember, Minister and the entire ministry and all members, that economically, provinces are not the same. Some provinces that are boasting to have, more resources to beef up their police or their security cluster is because of the economic situation of their different provinces. As a province, we have also mobilized and enhanced community participation, crime prevention through public participation program, which we normally call Zimbizo. During this Zimbizo, we develop an action plan in relation to the crime trends identified in various areas we have visited. We have also implemented Overall Friday program in close collaboration with other members of the security in fighting crime in our province. Honorable members, as a province, we support every program that is geared towards fighting and eradicating gender-based violence and femicide. That's why we will also welcome the fast tracking of DNA results. And we want to say we also appreciate the effort that the minister is doing and the entire ministry by responding to the call of our communities in the entire province to bring back Amaperede, the TRT. Those people have made a tremendous, difference in our different provinces. And I think that's the best solution. And it's not only a best solution, it's what also is going to give confidence to our people that the ministry is serious about cleaning their streets and their homes in our different provinces. 1,000 of them, Minister, I think they are just a tip of an iceberg. I know that you have limited resources, but you need also to revisit some of these members that were redeployed to other units, in the different provinces around the country. We really appreciate that, and ngihlale ngifuna kushaya izandla ngoba ngihlale ngisho njalo mangizodebate la indaba yamaBheret. Honorable members, as part of responding to crime, Mpumalanga province will hold a 2-day provincial crime prevention summit on the 29th and 30th in the city of Mbombela. And we want to send an invite to the ministry and to other stakeholders to be part of us and join hands in making sure that we bring our different ideas together and as to how we fight crime. The main goal
As you conclude.
Okay, the main goal of this summit is to make sure that we create a platform to deal with all the challenges in terms of crime. Once more, I want to thank you sincerely for the privilege you have accorded me to debate about this topic and to support the ministry in full, and to say to the ministry not be shaken by their critics. They are just politicking. This issue of safety and security cuts across all departments. Is central to all departments. Without the stability in the country, nothing is going to happen. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable N. Khatebe, IFP Pungan.
Chairperson.
Yebo, Honorable Baha.
Chair, I just want to raise a point that probably it will be important to look at how we appear before the House in terms of dress code. I'm just saying that that's something that is worth looking at and address it, so that at least people who address the House are addressed appropriately. That's just a point that I wanted to make, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Come to the House.
Baha, we can't even see you, but we are talking about dress code. We can't even see you. How are you dressing?
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable order, honorable members.
On a point of order, Chair. Chair, on a point of order, there's no tuba here. I'm rising on a point of order.
Order,
Honorable Deputy Minister.
Order.
I'm rising on a point of order, Chair. What is your problem?
Come to the House.
You are forever not recognizing me when I'm on virtual.
I didn't recognize
And I'm going to ask the DA to record you once again.
I've never recognized
when you become clownish at that seat. I'm rising on a point of order. The point that Honorable Baha is raising is legitimate.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members. As a party, we are deeply concerned about the state in which the finances of the Department of Police are in. We have a very strong reason to believe the rest of South Africa shares this sentiment as well. Ordinary citizens live in fear every day as there is a rise in crimes against persons such as assault, robbery, murder, and the heinous crime of rape. Between 3 months, April and June 2022, more than 9,516 rape cases were reported or opened with the South African Police Service. Every honorable member sitting in this House knows that the situation on the ground is much worse than this. While the revised medium-term strategic framework has identified 5 fundamental goals for the years 2019 to 2024, including that violent crime will be halved. At this point, this seems like a distant and unattainable dream. As it stands, there is a police to population ratio of 1:430, whilst our hope may have been evoked when there was a promise of thousands of new recruits. The 2021-2022 annual reports of SAPS rate that of 12,000 entry-level members, 10,000 will replace personnel losses and 2,000 will result in increases to the establishment. We are also concerned that only 1,158 police stations service more than 60 million people across the country, which means that there are remote villages with virtually no access to the services provided in police stations. How will our men and women in blue effectively perform their duties when resources are so thinly spread? According to the same annual report of mentioned above, fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to more than 621,439.41 was confirmed, whilst the Auditor General admitted that in reality, the situation was much worse, with more than 1.8 billion under assessment at the time of publication. Chairperson, these figures alone are enough to prompt citizens to be alarmed. As a result of this, we urge the police services to take the necessary steps in preventing rampant irregular expenditure, supply accurate and complete financial records on time, abide by and implement all recommendations of the Auditor General. Most importantly, we employ SAPS to effect consequence management against officials who permitted and participated in irregular expenditure in previous periods, as we believe that this will deter those who may wish to partake in such counterproductive acts. Instead of squandering hundreds of millions in irregular and fruitless expenditure, we call on government to rather invest in proper police resources, such as vehicles. This lack cannot be accounted to a lack of money, as almost 325 million was spent on contractors alone in 2021-2022. Whilst we do note work done to reduce the DNA testing backlog, we also call on SAPS to maintain a high turnover rate and ensure that testing is done regularly so that the backlog stays as close to zero as possible. Strides have been taken in the transitioning of the firearm licensing application processes from a tedious manual process to an online process. While this stands, the SAPS ought to work on improving the rate at which it processes applications relating to firearms. This comes after almost 50,000 applications were not even attended to
in the 2021-2022 financial year, which often forces citizens to find themselves in a position where they are walking around with illegal firearm, which is gravely concerning. While we do acknowledge the IPID has ensured that an adequate rate of cases are investigated and subsequently finalized, we call on them to maintain for 100% resolution of cases so that no person is denied justice. This, we believe, will restore public confidence in our police. Chairperson, the IFP supports this budget. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, we continue with our debate. I would like now to recognize CFP Smith, DA.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable members, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and fellow South Africans. Firstly, Honorable Chair, you know, it is quite nonsensical what I've seen today on this podium, where I saw a sheep in, a wolf in sheep clothes talking here. So I just want to remind this House of an article in on the 23rd of February 2012. Critics and supporters alike of South Africa's ruling ANC have denounced what they call the whole-scale looting of public resources in Limpopo by a group of politicians led by Provincial Premier Castle Matale and his friend and ally, outspoken ANC Youth League rebel Julius Malema. Whoa! So yeah, it seems that is what is needed to become president,
Chairperson?
Honorable Matale.
Chairperson, on a point of order. The current CIC, and so can we talk about current news and not old news, must be current, and not to not drag the president of the EFF in unnecessary politicking. That's my point of order.
You can continue, Honorable Member. That's not a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Facts remain facts. So, Honorable Matale, I'm wondering if those share certificates that was in the lockup somewhere has been claimed already, but we'll speak about that the other day. And yeah, then we don't speak about the money that gone up in flames in Limpopo to destroy some evidence. But yeah, Honorable Dango, not even your own party will take your questions because they are scared of what will come out of your mouth. That's quite scary. Honorable Mazibuku, the Lesotho amateuring Green Parade attempt to compete with the Western Cape's Blue Leap officers has become a joke of the year on social media. So let us not rip out those pictures that will embarrass you like nobody. And then I want to understand this panic buttons that everybody's going to get. If everybody press a panic button, who's going to arrive there? Honorable Shongwe, your Fabiani uniform that has been sponsored, I think is quite inappropriate for the House, but yeah, let's leave it there. South Africans rely on these departments to ensure their safety and justice. Instead, they have to see videos on social media of officers in uniforms so intoxicated while driving that they can't stand on their feet, driving over a biker and then protected by fellow officers instead of arresting him. South Africans are expected to place their trust in officers that struggle to get over a basic obstacle and clearly will fall over their own tummies chasing behind criminals. Then we must hear
of dangerous criminals escaping out of a maximum security prison while no one took notice for months. And when the cover-up is exposed, everyone claims ignorance. On the 13th of February 2023, a woman was brutally attacked by 5 men in Mpumalanga just before midnight. She went to the Mpumalanga police station where she was told to come back in the morning as they are now closed. Whereafter she was taken to the Mokopane station that referred her back to Mpumalanga again. That is taking women violence seriously. Then, really, is this how little this ANC government think of this nation? We will not stand for this uselessness as South Africans anymore. Your days are counted and are running out with the speed of lightning. Next year, we will restore justice, security, and confidence in a capable government in this country, like it or not. I suggest you start building some more special criminal facilities for all those greedy, corrupt, and fraudulent ANC comrades who robbed South Africa to the bone. Because in 2024, a DA-led moonshot-backed government will be elected. The time for justice has arrived. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize the Honorable T.S.C. Dodovu, ANC.
House Chairperson Honorable Winnie Ngwenya, Minister of Police General Becky Cele, Deputy Minister of Police Honorable Castle Matale, National Commissioner of Police General Masemula, and all divisional commissioners in the SAPS, heads of Independent Police Investigative Directorate, and the head of the Civil Secretariat for Police, permanent and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As I rise to this podium this afternoon, I want to displace the unfounded allegations, especially those made by the TA members and other political parties. I want to render these allegations incompetent because they are devoid from the truth and are colored by perennial fallacies and distortions. I regard such remarks as childish platitudes. They are statements that the ANC and only the ANC is responsible for the increase in the number of criminal activities, are petty, short-sighted, and myopic, to say the least. I consider such remarks meaningless and boring because they have been made many times before in similar situations, especially when we debate the police budget vote. Honorable Chairperson, the DA members especially have pandered into cheap political populism and indulged in petty political game on crime, a matter so serious and pandemic in our country. Throughout the debate this afternoon, and even in all the debates before this one, we are told by members of the DA that the Western Cape, where they govern, especially in the city of Cape Town, they are a paragon of human perfection, and they are the best in terms of good governance and service delivery, and that they are the models of government, our country, which everybody else must emulate and apply. Honorable Chairperson, this afternoon I postulate
that contrary to this, the opposite is true. On the balance of evidence, crime is a problem that is ravaging our country as a whole. All the people of our country, black and white, men and women, young and old, rich and poor, urban and rural, clever and stupid, we are all adversely affected by the unacceptable scourge of violence and crime in our land. It is therefore indigenous to stand in this platform and play to the public gallery, behaving as if some provinces like the Western Cape are not affected. In fact, the people of this province, Honorable Chair, and the city of Cape Town are subjected to the cruelty of criminals, and they daily experience horror incidents of crime. Women and children are the most affected victims of crime in this province too, facing the most cruel criminals who have no mercy and love, who have lost their conscience in their hearts, and who have no compassion and respect for the right of people to human dignity and life. Just last week, Honorable Chair, it was extensively reported in the media that 4 people were killed in the leafy suburb of Constantia here in Cape Town. They were found with gunshot wounds, and one of the deceased is believed to be a Bulgarian organized crime underworld kingpin who was wanted by Interpol and was hiding here in Cape Town. Also, the genocide fugitive from Rwanda, Ukiliho Ujense, who was wanted for his alleged role in the killing of about 2,000 people during the 3-week-long genocide in 1994, was arrested in Paarl and appeared here in Cape Town Magistrate Court last week. In the top 10 police stations, Honorable Chair, with contact crimes such as murder, attempted murder, assault with grievous bodily harm, common assault, rape, robbery, aggravating and sexual assault in our country. 5 of these are in Nyanga, Mitchell's Plain, Khayelitsha, Delft, and Philippi here in Cape Town. Honorable Chair, in addition, Honorable Badenhorst must be reminded that 6 of the top police stations with the highest rate of murder in South Africa are found in Cape Town, and they are in Nyanga, Philippi East, Delft, Khayelitsha, Kraaifontein, and Mfuleni. The 2022 police statistics have also revealed that among the 9 provinces, the drug use in South Africa was found to be the highest in the Western Cape province, especially in the city of Cape Town. And these include tick, cocaine, cannabis, heroin, and mandrax. These are just some of the examples, Honorable Chair, to show that crime in South Africa cuts across the boundaries, and the Western Cape is not isolated. It also shows, Honorable Chair, that our failure as a country to reduce the levels of crime, especially contact crime, cannot be attributable to a single political party or a single institution, as some members would like us to believe. Honorable Chair, crime in our country is not an easy and simple as members in the opposition benches try to insinuate. These members must understand that in fighting crime in South Africa, there is a need to understand its complexity, the interconnectedness of various role players and criminal networks. It requires the undiminished vitality and commitment of the South African Police Service, as well as the full cooperation of the society as a whole. Unlike what we had this afternoon, Honorable Chair, and what the DA and other political parties peddled, we need a systems thinking to fight crime in our country. Systems thinking is vitally important in addressing the seemingly intractable levels of crime in our society. Systems thinking will help to examine the links and interactions between the perpetrators of crime. It will also help to analyze how various players work and how they collude and connive to commit crime, especially serious crimes. Now, the question which I would like to pose this afternoon is as follows, Honorable Chair. When all these heinous crimes are perpetuated in the Western Cape, where is this so-called clean, incorrigible, and incorruptible government of the DA in this province? When these heinous crimes are happening, why can't this so-called clean, competent, and effective government of the DA stop them outrightly? What are its oversight players doing, including members of the provincial legislature and the municipality where they claim to govern, to proudly govern? And those are the questions. I want to say, Honorable Chair, that this afternoon, we are sold a dummy here. We are fed with lies by a party which is parading itself as an icon of good morality and judgment. This party, the DA, continues to cast aspersions, make false claims, and to present itself as holy, as clean, as smart, even its members assuming the status of Deputy Jesus. What is clear is that it wants to use the ANC as a scapegoat for its failures. The DA wants to make the ANC a dumping ground of its agony and frustrations. As the party is looking for votes like predators at the smell of blood, it desperately wants to emerge as a genuine representative of South Africans at the expense of the ANC, and therefore be elected into the echelons of power in 2024. Honorable Chairperson, we must ignore this unnecessary noise and focus on the task at hand. One of these tasks is to deal with patriarchy in our society. Patriarchy, Honorable Chair, is one of the root causes of gender-based violence, and its nature, it promotes male privilege. The starting point, therefore, is that we, as men, we must not think we are above women and that we have an uncontested authority over them. The truth is that gender-based violence has long plagued South Africa, and it remains a persistent issue that has taken lives, it has haunted citizens, and brought the entire country to a standstill on many occasions. As such, we must agree with the President Ramaphosa, who declared as the second pandemic, and we must do that unflinchingly to achieve our own objectives. We must not be subordinate. We must not subordinate and treat women as inferior to men. The suffering of women, especially Black women, with regard to triple oppression in terms of gender, race, class, must be ended immediately. This attitude contributes to the reason why gender-based violence is perpetuated in our society by many people. There will never be a reason, Honorable Chair, and any justification whatsoever for violence against women to continue perpetually. Based on the above, we must promote gender empowerment, which is important for uprooting patriarchy and achieving gender equality in our society. As the ANC, we are happy that the SAPS is prioritizing this important area of work. Honorable Chair, the bottom line is we must be realistic when we fight in crime in our country. To the opposition members, I say, you must contain your rage and lower your gaze when dealing with crime. With these unwarranted vitriolic attacks against the ANC, the opposition members are themselves as nothing but disparate predators who will stoop to whatever level
to grab power from the ANC, no matter contemptuous and contemptible. Therefore, Honorable Chair, I propose that we must stop to envelope ourselves in the politics of hate, but work together to fight crime in our country. The amount of hate that is being perpetuated, especially by members of the opposition against the ANC is frightful. Your hatred of the ANC and not criminals who ravage our country makes you gullible to all this sort of toxic bile we have listened to this afternoon. What freedom fighters fought for in this country, Honorable Chair, was peace, progress, love, respect, justice, equality for the people, and not the opposite. And therefore, the challenge is for all of us to rise to the majestic heights of glory, to fight crime and not fight amongst ourselves. We must fight criminals and not fight amongst ourselves, because they are the ones who are destroying our country. And in that sense, the ANC stand this afternoon to support this budget vote. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, order. Honorable Members, I would like now to recognize. Order, Honorable Members. I would like now to recognize Honorable P. Cele, Minister of Police.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I listened very attentively to the members that were making sense, and I completely closed my ears. Those were nonsensical. Chairperson, the crux of the matter is that dealing with crime situation cannot and must never be part of politicking around it. Especially come and claim easy victories here. Maybe, Honorable Panelist, I'll give you a book by Amilcar Cabral to go and read. And Amilcar Cabral will tell you what is not to claim easy victories. Western Cape has taken bigger budget than any other province in the Republic of South Africa to fight crime. That's why you see changes. This is the only province where for 24 months we have added and deployed more extra members from different provinces, 200 of them with 48 extra cars, taking them from different areas to be here and under the command of Mashamba. It's the only province. This is the only problem. No, the problem, we don't listen. That's why you behave like this. So if you can just listen, we are giving you what is happening. The anti-gang unit, the biggest budget of it comes to this province than any other province in the Republic of South Africa. This province, when we trained for the last time in the year 2019 before COVID, we trained 5,000 people in the Republic of South Africa. 1,200 of them came in this province, and the rest, they had to get 3,000. As we speak now, out of the 10,000 that we are training now, 2,300 of them, they come from this province. This province, 2 weeks ago, I've given 521 new cars in this province alone. So we have put a lot of extra resources. That's why the honorable member Shongwe was fighting to say we're taking care of these three big provinces. But the problem, we don't have the people of Western Cape. We don't have the people of Gauteng. We have the people of the Republic of South Africa. That's how we look at things. That's how we look at things. I will invite you and I'll teach you the Cape Town, because I can assure you, we don't know Cape Town as I do know Cape Town. I will take you to the places called COVID-19 here. I will take you to the place called Taiwan, where a woman was raped on the Monday of Easter Monday in the church, because there was dark, because there are no houses, there are no street lights, and those things are not supposed to be put by the South African police. They're supposed to be put by the own government here to give us proper housing, give us proper streets. As it rains now, you visit those places, Taiwan there, you see those people can't sleep because their houses are full of water. That happens to those places. It never happens in Constantia, never happens in a Bishop's Court. It happens on those places. You've got two countries here. You've got Western Cape, that is white and rich. You've got the Western Cape, that is black and very poor and very. So you fix that thing, and then together, let's pick up all South Africans, and indeed that will be better service rather than come here and talk about things that yourself you're supposed to be fixing. By the way, somebody said we must get ready for this. We should have instituted Nuremberg kind of trial here, because some of the people that talk loud about us, they committed crimes against humanity. It's only the time of your rule that this country had come against humanity. You were there, you were part of that, and indeed, maybe we need to bring back those and try some of you, because you are huge criminals. Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Thanks very much, Minister. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Delegate Yakub. Honorable Delegate, we have come to the end of the debate of budget vote 28, 21, and 24. I would like to thank the Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs, and all special delegates for their participation. Honorable members, I would like now to invite Honorable Nyambi to come and take over on our next debate.
Order, members. Order, members. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to fourth order, policy budget vote to Parliament, Appropriation Bill B323, National Assembly, Section 77. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the leadership of administration, even in Parliament, present here. I'll now call upon the chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to open the debate. Tate Masondo.
Yes, thank you very much, House Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable House Chairpersons and Chief Whip of the Council, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates,
representatives of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, ladies and gentlemen. House Chairperson, Parliament has the responsibility to represent the interests of the people by, amongst other things, passing legislation, scrutinizing executive action, and facilitating public involvement. Since 1994, the democratic parliament has served as the beacon of hope and the lodestar for our people. And we expect it to do so for generations to come. It has played a leading role in the achievement of a united South Africa, largely free of racism, and a society that is based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. However, as we prepare to celebrate 30 years of democracy in the year 2024, our efforts continue to be weighed down by the structural challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. As highlighted by the President of the Republic during the State of the Nation address earlier this year, unemployment, poverty, and rising cost of living are some of the challenges that currently concern South Africans. Unfortunately, they are exacerbated by load shedding, crime, and corruption. House Chairperson, lawmaking is one of the means through which we seek to ensure that the challenges facing our society are addressed. Key among the legislations we have passed as the National Council of Provinces during the period under review were the finance legislations aimed at appropriating finance to government departments and the allocation of revenue to the three spheres of government. We welcome the expropriation bill, which amongst other things seeks to provide the expropriation of property for a public purpose or in the public interest, and other bills which have since been transmitted to the NCOP from the National Assembly. The NCOP also processed 45 reports of select committees. In the main, the reports dealt with recommendations to the executive on a number of issues, which include economic growth, expenditure and performance of national grants, and the approval of interventions in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution as part of fostering cooperative government. The 49 sittings of the House during this period included 19 debates. These included the consideration of the report on assessing state capacity to respond to the needs of communities, the socio-economic impact, and the threat of the production and trade in counterfeit products, the restoration and modernization of our rail infrastructure, the water infrastructure network for sustainable water supply to communities, and the debate on the killing of councillors, which emanated from the 2022 local government week. We continue to conduct oversight over the executive through utilizing the mechanisms of questions, ministerial briefings, follow up on the executive undertakings, and House resolutions. This was intended to assist us in achieving our goal of increasing government's responsiveness and accountability as per the policy priorities of the 6th Parliament. The end of the COVID-19 pandemic and its associated restrictive measures enabled us to increase public participation engagements. The holding of the Taking Parliament to the People program in KwaZulu-Natal, Ugu District in November 2022
is a case in point. Before the end of this year, we expect to facilitate feedback sessions on the many issues that were raised by the people during this particular or that encounter. On key achievements in the past financial year, House Chairperson, broadly, Parliament continued to adapt to the challenges occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic and the great loss of the National Assembly and adjacent building complexes to fire, as we all know. It forged ahead and exercised its constitutional tasks with dedication and diligence, making use of physical and hybrid proceedings. Oversight visits, public hearings, committee meetings, and certain ad hoc meetings of Parliament increased compared to the previous year. In respect of lawmaking, Parliament's constitutional mandate of lawmaking was successfully executed, resulting in the passing of 27 bills during this period, including Local Government Municipal System Amendment Bill to further build the capacity of the state at local government level. The Employment Equity Amendment Bill to encourage fairness and equality in the workplace. The General Law Anti-Money Laundering and Combating Terrorism Financing, General Laws Amendment Bill, and the Protection of Constitutional Democracy Against Terrorist and Related Activities Amendment Bill to strengthen the fight against corruption, fraud, and terrorism. The Criminal Law Forensic Procedure Amendment Bill to set up a comprehensive forensic DNA database to strengthen the fight against crime, among other things. And of course, the Electoral Amendment Bill to provide for independent candidates to contest elections at a provincial and national level. Parliament also passed the national budget for the applicable financial years, division of revenue bills and appropriation bills. In conjunction with other legislation, the budget is the most powerful instrument by which government can implement its priorities and effect change in order to eliminate poverty and to reduce unemployment and inequality. In respect of oversight, Parliament continued to strengthen measures aimed at ensuring greater accountability by the executive. Parliamentary committees held 1,313 virtual meetings, 1313, conducting budget reviews and monitoring the implementation of legislation. Parliamentary committees also embarked on 75 oversight visits and conducted 198 public hearings on bills. As already in the case of the NCOP, both houses held sittings that dealt with debates on issues of national importance, reports, policy, and bills. A total of 6,296 questions were put to the executive. That is 761 oral questions, 761, and 5,535 written questions, 5535. Led by the Speaker's Forum, the legislative sector continued to work towards enhancing our collective mandate of oversight by ensuring that oversight is not just about technical compliance, but that it is focused on improving the quality of life of South Africans. In respect of international engagement, House Chairperson, several of South Africa's challenges can only be addressed through improved international and regional cooperation. The World Economic Forum indicated, and correctly so, that global risks such as infectious diseases, climate action failure, extreme weather patterns, biodiversity loss, geo-economic confrontation, debt crisis, trade barriers, cybersecurity failures, and natural resources crisis will all require greater cooperation and collaboration. During the 2022 Parliament continued with its work on regional, continental, and international platforms. It further adopted the international agreements, including the protocol to the African Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights and the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa. On audit outcome, Parliament continued to achieve a clean audit for the 8th consecutive year. Also critical to note is that despite the decline in fiscal allocations caused by deteriorating economic conditions, the control environment remained strong, and the audit committee, internal audit, and the risk management capacity progressively improved. On the new macro framework for Parliament, in order to prepare the institution for transition to the 7th Parliament, a review of the institutional strategy was conducted in November 2022 with the theme of, quote, improving the quality of governance and accountability through enhanced oversight, close quote. The session served as a platform to consider updates in the operating environment, assess the performance of the institution in executing strategy, and make recommendations with regards to the strategy and the budget of the institution. The deliberations from the session culminated in a draft macro framework for the 7th Parliament with the following strategic themes: ensuring a transformative Parliament to drive the attainment of national development outcomes, being responsive Parliament that addresses the shortcomings and challenges of Parliament, collaborative engagement to form new partnerships in order to harness the strength and combined effort, engagement with stakeholders so as to meet expectations and needs of South Africans, and operational excellence to ensure a more effective and effective institution. House Chairperson, moving the institution into new strategic direction would require significant transformation and change. Therefore, a transformative strategy will be required to drive the change necessary to ensure effectiveness and efficiency of the institution. The transformation targets set for 2023-2024 include a point high-level change management plan to ensure transformation of the institution. Point, implementation of the plan for the restoration of parliamentary buildings. Point, professionalizing the parliamentary service to ensure service excellence. Point, developing and implementing a new broadcasting strategy for the 7th Parliament. Point, implementation of the recommendations of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. The matters from the Commission which relate to Parliament oversight functions are currently receiving attention as we speak. Point, data modeling and scenario tools to improve the quality of oversight. Point, implementation of an impact assessment framework. Point, development and implementation of an effective petitions framework. And point, reviewing Parliament's capability to implement its international priorities aligned to the national agenda. On current and emerging issues and risks, the government has acknowledged that as the world emerges from a 3-year-long COVID-19 pandemic, several other risks to growth and development are taking center stage, including the rise in inflation, energy volatility, debt levels, major natural disasters, and the rise of geopolitical tensions. Inadequate electricity supply, as honorable members know, remains the most immediate and significant constraints to production, investment, and employment. The context of vote 2. The 2023 budget, 2023-2024 budget for Parliament to vote to is set against the backdrop of declining budgets and in the state as a whole. The present downward trend is forecast to continue during the medium term. Slow economic growth is now expected, putting more pressure on Parliament to manage its budget downwards. In recent years, Parliament implemented cost-containing measures and efficiency initiatives which have reduced operational costs. Although there is currently a budget shortfall, the under-expenditure resulted in unspent funds to be used to address the shortfall for the 2023-2024 budget. However, without taking steps to correct the allocation or reducing expenditure, a significant budget shortfall could occur in years to come. In addition to reduced budget, the composition of vote to carries structural challenges. Whereas the overall budget appears to be significant for 2023-2024, the amount available for discretionary allocation is small. The accounting officer has limited control over certain allocations in the budget. These include direct charges for members' remuneration, salary adjustments decided by the sector, bargaining process, and facilities for members. This has also to be addressed. On vote 2, our chairperson, the total budget for Parliament is amounts to 4.3 billion rands. The total allocation received from the National Treasury amounts to 3.8 billion rands. The shortfall of 456 million will be funded by retaining earnings, donor funding, and revenue of Parliament. This shortfall is largely driven by the cost of employment. So the budget of Parliament has been allocated as follows. Program 1, Administration, 2.1 billion rands. Program 2, Legislation and Oversight, 894 million rands. Program 3, Associated Services and Transfer Payments to Political Parties, 831 million rands. The Parliamentary Budget Office, a separate entity in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, receives the transfer payment under Program 3 and will need more funding over time to function effectively and to function as expected. House Chairperson, in conclusion, the financial resources being available to Parliament should help to improve the quality of governance and accountability so as to contribute to addressing the structural challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality in society. This is important as the year 2024 will mark 30 years since the onset of the democratic order. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly, the presiding officers of Parliament, and provincial legislatures for a great working relationship. In particular, I would like to thank the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lucas, the House Chairpersons, Honorable Nyambi and Honorable Ngwenya, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Mahai, for some sterling work that has been done during this period. I also would like to take this opportunity to express appreciation to the permanent and special delegates and the representatives of SALGA for anchoring the work of this House in particular and Parliament in general. Lastly, I would like to thank the Secretary of Parliament, Mr. Kole George, who has just joined us, for a dose of inspiration to the administration. The Secretary of the NCOP, Advocate Mudibedi Pindela, and his team, and the entire parliamentary support structure for always being at our back and core. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tate Masondo. Honor, Mama. Honorable members, Tate Masondo set the tone. He was able to stick to his 20 minutes. Hopefully, honorable members will do the same with their time. And Tate Masondo set the tone. He stick to his 20 minutes. So those that are coming, they have to follow that. Let me also acknowledge the Secretary of Parliament, Mr. George, who's in this house today in the NCOP, and the entire staff of Parliament that are present in this budget vote too. Now I'll invite Honorable Brown and Seth.
Thank you, House Chair, Honourable Chairperson Masondo, for the purpose of this debate. Honourable members, it's good to be back in the House. I wasn't here last week, and I would like to thank the Honourable Bardnos for handling my speeches for me. Of course, I was in KZN, fighting a by-election where I was the campaign manager, and it was really nice to win in Chatsworth. 81.74's got a nice ring about it. Anyway, but more of that later. My time is expiring. Honourable members, it is.
Order members, order members.
Laughed out here. I'm not being howled, I'm being laughed at. Anyway, honourable members, it is common cause that the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa forms the basis of our democracy. It is also not the cornerstone, not only the cornerstone, the foundation of our country, but also the roof under which we shelter and are protected. It is therefore a priceless asset that should be protected at all costs. Whilst many mechanisms have been created for this purpose, and I've argued for the umpteenth time, it is the judiciary and Parliament that stand in the front line of the protective effort of our Constitution. Parliament has as its vision to be an activist and responsible people's parliament that improves the quality of life of South Africans and ensures enabling and enduring equality in our society. Its mission is to represent the people of South Africa and to ensure the fulfillment of the constitutional functions of passing laws and overseeing executive action. To this end, the institution conducts its business in line with the following values: openness, responsiveness, accountability, teamwork, professionalism, and integrity. Honourable Masondo went to great lengths to point out what Parliament has achieved in the last year. But with due regard to that, we are congratulating a fish for swimming. Parliament did what it was supposed to do. What we are, however, seeing with this budget, and Honourable Masondo agrees with me, is a steady erosion of the budget allocated to Parliament, to the point where, for the second year running, 5 programs that used to drive budget expenditure in Parliament have been reduced to only 3 programs. Honourable Masondo pointed this out. This is what happens when you ask for 4.3 billion, but Treasury only gives you 3.8. That is the reality. So now we're left with administration, legislation, and legislation oversight and associated services. The programs that are removed now for the second year are strategic leadership and governance and core business. The Zondo Commission has criticised the strategic leadership and governance of Parliament, and so it is conceivable under a cloud of embarrassment, I'm not sure why, that this government has decided to get rid of that particular function, maybe until one day it discovers its moral compass. But what of the other orphan child that is being set aside? Core business program. What is the core business of Parliament? It is procedural and legal advice, analysis, information, research, language, content, and secretarial legislative drafting services for the meetings of the National Assembly, National Council, provinces, and committees. Public education, information, and access to support participation. Analysis, advice, content, protocol, and administrative support for the parliamentary international engagements. It can be argued that this program is the most important as it forms the intellectual backbone of Parliament. It is the foundation of knowledge that will help this House, which should be primarily focused on reviewing, amending, or creating legislation, and will find practical and effective purchase on the ground and amongst our people. Instead, the compensation employees budget received from the National Treasury is not sufficient to fund the current staff complement and to fill vacancies. The deficit possibly shines the light on the fact that the DA's repeated calls to create a committee, either ad hoc or otherwise, to oversee the presidency, which we will all agree is rapidly centralizing power in the union buildings with a number of ministers under the presidency, and the fact that there's no committee to oversee any of those ministers. None of those ministers in the presidency, nor the presidency's office committee. Maybe we simply don't have the money to have the support staff for that committee because Treasury is not giving it to us. There's always been a variance on the amounts received from the National Treasury over the years, and it's always been funded from retained earnings. But the problem is that this approach is unsustainable, members. We are literally going to run out of money. If the management spends all the requested funds this year to execute the Parliament mandate as planned, Parliament will not have sufficient money to pay the salaries of employees that are here, as there will be no returned earnings to fund the shortfall. That will happen in the coming year. This is illustrated by the provision of the 100 million rand made for PARMED, which is the contribution of the former members of Parliament to provincial legislatures. That's been funded short by 34.6 million rand. Robust engagement with the Treasury are required, as the retained earnings anticipate to deplete in the current year, as I previously said. Parliament's strategy is people-driven and cuts to the compensation of employees, compromises Parliament's ability to deliver on its mandate. These type of seemingly mundane issues feed into the critical deficiencies that we are starting to see all over Parliament. It hurts my heart that this House, this precinct, wants the shining beacon of what all our government buildings could look like. We walk outside these very doors, and to the right-hand side, you'll see a pile of rubbish and litter piled up. That's just not acceptable. Our parliamentary mechanisms, like petitions, have become dysfunctional. How else would one describe an urgent intervention tool that takes years to finalize? Thankfully, along with my colleague, my chair, Honorable Khai, him and I are coming up with plans to try and make this work. The point is, yes, we are working across the aisle, but the point is that solution, that idea did not come from Parliament. It came from two members. That's the point. That's the problem. Parliament should have the intellectual backbone to provide the solution before we can even think of it. That's the argument. And when people are focused on a minor matter, they miss big ones. Like the recent announcement of the building of offices in the Plain Street building had been pushed back 2 weeks already, clearly because someone was not vetting the contractors properly. Watch this space, my friends, for more frustration and disappointment from our colleagues here with no officers. Already there's a 2-week delay. And what of rebuilding the fire-ravaged sections of our Parliament? First, we were told 18 months ago, no, you can't go in there, it's a crime scene. Then you were told, no, you can't go in there, it's not safe. Now, 18 months later, we've been in there. And I can tell you, yes, the place is a mess. Many of you, some of you are here with us, the place is a mess. But other than the new assembly building, a chamber itself, the NA chamber and that new assembly wing, the rest can be restored pretty quickly. We need a roof on top of the old assembly building, and then you need to get into the old assembly, take the carpets out, clean the place, and reinstate it and get the NA running again. If any of you had your house burnt down 18 months ago, would you be happy if it still was not sorted out? Would your families be happy? I doubt it. Why on earth are we tolerating, as members of Parliament, and I want to re-emphasize this, colleagues, this is us. We are Parliament. The 454 people that come here, we are the Parliament. We should not be tolerating this. This is us, okay? Honourable members, if we keep eroding our institutions, it will become a paper tiger not worthy of any respect. Simply put, Honourable Chairperson, we need to shift priorities. We need to focus on the core business of Parliament. We need our eager and fiery young researchers determined to hold the executive accountable rather than third-rate researchers who simply summarise documents and provide inane comments that the members know anyway. We need to use that research to change our committee meetings from chummy engagements to tough inquisitorial hearings with structure and purpose where no quarter is offered or given. We need to shift funds to make Parliament even more accessible to South Africans with an additional channel on the public broadcaster to screen our business to people. All of the suggestions above, of course, rest on the presentations of the Secretary of Parliament. We, as I've said earlier, are the constituent members of Parliament. Our Secretary sitting right over there is asking for our help. He is saying, I'm 500 million rand short. Will we rush to his assistance and send National Treasury back to the board to go and sort their stuff out? Or will we roll over and think, well, you know, we've just got to agree and pass it? Will we stand up for our house? But unfortunately, I think the comrades will vote in favor. They will cut the nose off to spite the face. The premise that the governing party actually want Parliament to work seems to be sadly mistaken. I challenge you to prove me wrong today. It does appear that the ANC is quite content to let this fine institution slide down a slippery slope. I believe it's time to protect the people of South Africa from this narcissistic organization and restore the true constitutional purpose of Parliament. Like the humiliation they received in Chatsworth last week, despite the president's visit and despite the vote buying by vouchers, the ANC were punished at the ballot box in 2024. Ilanga, Liashona, ANC, Siyabonga.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Moka, who's on the virtual platform. No.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Chairperson, today when you open this debate, you are talking about recommendations of the State Capture Commission. What exactly has happened, Chairperson? Instead of looking at establishing ways to implement the recommendation, Parliament keeps dealing with the recommendation on an ad hoc basis. Chair, the EFF recommended that Parliament consider whether it would be desirable to establish a committee whose function will include the oversight of the functioning of the presidency that were not overseen by the existing parliamentary committees. Instead, Chairperson, what Parliament is doing, Parliament is now busy debating whether Parliament is obliged to implement this report or not. Chairperson, the Commission asked Parliament to review the oversight model and even implement an oversight unit that will play a key role in strengthening the oversight role of Parliament. And Chair, what have you done about that? Nothing at all. You can't tell us that Parliament is implementing the recommendation of the state capture at this moment. We all know what has been happening in this regard. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters has been long enough in this Parliament, long enough to realize that this institution fails to fulfill its constitutional mandate of representing the interests of the people of South Africa, as well as all the South African 9 provinces as represented in the National Council of Provinces. Section 55(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa stipulates clearly the role of Parliament to oversee the activities of government and any other organ of state as to realize a better quality of life for all people of South Africa. However, this parliament has been unable to fulfill this primary responsibility under your leadership of holding the executive accountable for the many challenges faced by South Africa. Chair, this House sits by and watch daily idly as the country continues on a downward spiral. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the budget, which has been unable for many years to fulfill its mandate for holding Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa accountable for all the crimes he committed on his Pala farm and for his abuse of all state agencies to serve his personal interest. Mr. Ramaphosa has demonstrated incapacity and incompetence in resolving many of the crises faced by ordinary South Africans and has been persistent in his attempt to avoid genuine accountability and transparency to the point of taking his own parliament to court regarding his crimes of the Pala farm. Chair, but this parliament chooses to protect him for the ongoing role which he continues to play in destroying South Africa. Mr. Ramaphosa failed to lead South Africa in all aspects. We refuse to legitimize his regime, Chair, of corruption, of anti-constitutionalism, and rolling electricity blackouts. Chair, Parliament is completely failing to play its oversight role as these members of Parliament believe they are answerable to the ANC, their party, as they are in majority, and not to the South African electorate. And there exists an absence of standards of accountability, which is why Parliament is failing in its constitutional mandate to hold executive accountable. Chair, this Parliament holds no executive accountable. They use their majority to shut down opposition in all committees. Chairperson, Parliament can't even deal with operational issues. As things stand, Parliament prisons remains untidy due to lack of cleaning staff. Parliament to date lacks an interpretation services. We have forever been told that there is no staff to do interpretation services. Parliament outsources majority of its services and cannot even take staff and place them on a permanent basis. We are forever seeing contracts on the prisons of Parliament. Parliament from time to time, Chairperson, is on fire due to lack of maintenance of that infrastructure. We are sitting under an ailing infrastructure, which was built by the apartheid government. Chairperson, as you are seated in the very same National Council of Provinces, none of those senior officials of Parliament can tell you that indeed that house is safe for operations. You can burn now at any given time. Chairperson, it is clear indication that this institution lacks leadership and proper operational systems. Accountability as a basic relations between the state and its people has broken down in South Africa. All spheres of South African society are in a state of degeneration under this leadership, with the economy, public health care, public schooling system, and railway network all in the state of collapse under the ruling party. Unemployment rate, Chair, is at its highest in this country, and the nation is in perpetual darkness because of a deliberate man-made rolling electricity blackout. We reject this budget because majority of the lawmakers seated there from the ANC benches reject all the positive proposals from the EFF benches and simply run this institution down. We reject this budget, Chairperson, on the basis that Parliament, which continues to give credence and legitimacy to incompetence, failure, and corruption, which constitutes the ultimate betrayal of our people. The current conditions of South Africa is of a society where thousands of people face severe problems in accessing the most basic services such as healthcare, water, sanitation, electricity, and refuse removal. What the EFF will support in future is the appropriation of enough funds to local government because it is the only sphere which we believe deserves to be supported to be able to provide basic services to our people. It is evident where we are governing through the MMCs in the cities of Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, that refuse is removed on time. And we continue to engage our people from time to time as to how can we better services in the cities where we are governing. The EFF rejects this budget with the contempt it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Deputy Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Lucas.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Masondo, House Chairpersons Ngwenya and Nyambi, the Chief Whip of the Council, members of the Council, special and permanent delegates, Secretary to Parliament, Secretary to the National Council of Provinces, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, let me from the onset express my appreciation for the opportunity to be speaking at the occasion of the tabling of the budget of Parliament in this penultimate year of the 6th Parliament. Chair, sometimes you don't want to respond to things that are being said on this platform, but I just want to say something. Sometimes it's very funny how the peacetime revolutionaries pretend to be more revolutionary than those that sacrifice their lives for the liberation. You will, for instance, my honorable colleague says, we reject all the positive proposals, but everyone that was listening, listen, there was no positive proposal. It was just criticism. You must be sometimes objective, and you must also sometimes try to really bring positive proposals to the table. Don't claim that you are positive if you are not. It depends on those that are listening to you.
You don't even have a single
The Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 10 of 2009 requires the executive authority to oversee the preparation of the Parliament's annual performance plan and the budget. The proposed expenditure set out in Vote 2 will be able to support the execution of our strategy through our APP as tabled. The APP specifies performance measures and indicators for assessing Parliament's performance in achieving the objectives and outcome detailed in the strategic plan. Maybe also for the benefit of the Honorable Brotterset, he spoke about the issue of the Oversight Committee on the Presidency. I was engaging the speaker on this specific issue because it is coming up now and again. And I think by now, I don't know the members of the NCOP, but I think by now members should know that Parliament is currently busy with a benchmarking exercise on oversight committees over the presidency. The Speaker, for instance, informed me that some of the members will be going to the United Kingdom and others, I suspect, will be going to Ghana. I'm speaking under correction. But there is at least a move to look into that specific proposal that the D claims. As we are tabling the parliamentary budget, we are confronted with weak structural growth, as well as the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated our socio-economic challenges. Our country has recovered its pre-pandemic GDP, but not its employment level. At the end of 2022, there was still close to 500,000 fewer jobs than at the end of 2019, with women and youth persistently more impacted. Inequality remains among the highest, and poverty, according to the World Bank, is estimated at 63% in 2022, based on the upper middle income economic country poverty line. What our current reality demand is a comprehensive social compact that would join all social partners in a common program to rebuild the South African economy and to enable higher growth. What we need is to work on a framework to enable joint action in key areas such as energy, transport and logistics, employment creation and skills development, investment and localization, social protection, crime and corruption. If I speak on the international balance of forces, in the intervening period, the world has witnessed events which have altered global affairs drastically. A new complex environment of international relations has emerged, and the ebbs and flows in global dynamics should be managed rationally and maturely. As Parliament, we reiterate our support for the principled position taken by our government of non-alignment. The principled position is keeping with the approach of members of the non-alignment movement since its formation in 1961, when developing countries in Africa and Asia committed themselves to maintaining independent foreign policies and extending the hand of membership to all countries which reciprocated that friendship. Our non-aligned position does not mean that we condone the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Our Speaker, as a member of the task team, has consistently asserted our position that there must be a cessation of hostilities, which would be the first step towards a comprehensive response to that crisis. We will continue to stress that dialogue, mediation, and diplomacy is the only path to end conflict. Along with adopting a common non-aligned approach to the global dynamics, South Africa and the rest of the African continent needs to exercise maximum vigilance to prevent a situation in which the continent becomes a playground of imperial ambitions of global powers. Without an effective restraining dynamic, as jy verstaan wat ek bedoel, without an effective restraining dynamic of multipolarity and genuine multilateralism, Africa could once again find itself overtly and covertly subjected to the suffocating embrace of colonial and neo-colonial mechanisms. My responsibility throughout this sixth parliament was mainly on the sectoral parliaments, and I would love to give a breakdown of the sectoral parliaments during this time and the work that we have been undertaking. The sectoral parliament, according to the legacy report, was first launched in 2004 with the Women's Parliament at its inaugural conference, which was shortly thereafter followed by the launch of the Youth Parliament. These activities later became annual events, except in the year of elections, when the parliamentary program made provision for the leadership transitions that would ensue after the elections. The Women's Parliament, Youth Parliament, Children's Parliament, including the newly institutionalized Men's Parliament, were all previously convened once a year as annual events, which often fail to engage the three spheres of government, particularly on matters relating to progress made in implementing adopted resolutions. It is precisely why in this parliament a radical shift was initiated to sustain sectoral oversight across the three spheres of government through sustained engagement with the three spheres of government and the communities we serve. in an effort to strengthen our oversight outcomes and to ensure better responses in the planning, budgeting, and implementation of sectoral recommendations. Sectoral provincial report back sessions have been convened in each province, bringing together provincial government, local government, civil society, as well as the communities we serve. This has enabled us to ensure tangible responses from provincial and local government to address the developmental demands of the people we serve. The provincial sessions are convened for purposes of sustaining a strategic link between national, provincial, and local government, enabling all role players in the accountability ecosystem to effectively embody their mandate in response to the developmental mandates of our people. These sessions also seek to address three-sphere coordination, systemic and institutional weaknesses across the broader state machinery, particularly as they pertain to matters that relate to governance planning and budgeting issues, including institutional arrangements and state capacity related matters for purposes of accelerating policy implementation. Honorable delegates, the sectoral program in its current shape and format has evolved into a strategic conduit to influence government's implementation agenda as guided by the developmental demands of our people. Sectoral parliaments hence serve as a strategic mechanism for Parliament to continuously assess progress made in implementing key development priorities as underpinned by the National Development Plan, which is South Africa's overarching development policy construct. At its core, the Sector Parliaments program seeks to contribute towards the advancement of South Africa's transformation agenda by creating a platform for sustained and targeted oversight in order to create a more equal society. The Sectoral Parliaments program has therefore, during the sixth dispensation, further inculcated a deeper value base for Parliament, thereby ensuring that the policy oversight thrust of the Sectoral Parliament program becomes more pronounced. This program has recorded significant milestones since 2019 until now. Members may be reminded that we have completed a nationwide 25-year review of the 1994 Women's Charter for effective equality by engaging all provinces, all metros, and districts across South Africa. This review process was underpinned by the following key pillars: agenda analysis of local government, focuses on the IDP processes. This further included an analysis of gender responsive planning and budgeting at the local sphere, as well as assessing the gendered provision of services at local government level. This review process was undertaken over a 24-month period, which ultimately culminated in the adoption of the 2021 Women's Charter for Accelerated Development. This charter now encompasses 15 strategic objectives and a broad set of priority actions. We have managed to establish strategic social compacts with provincial governments across all 9 provinces, including local government, in order to monitor on a quarterly basis the progress made in implementing the provisions of the Charter. We have also convened the Inclusive Economic Growth Oversight Summit in November of 2019. We have also convened a National Gender Machinery Summit, which created a platform to assess the state of the national gender machinery and to develop a robust oversight action plan. We have also successfully convened a 3-sphere planning session, which are both sectoral in nature, but equally focused on the coordination of government's implementation processes. In May 2022, we also convened the State Capability Conference under the theme State Capability, Delineating Weaknesses, Devising Strategic Mechanisms to Accelerate Policy. The current development landscape requires a Parliament that is acutely aware of the extent, dimensions, and peculiarities relating to state capability across the broader state machinery. Another critical objective of the session was to release the developmental state concept from ideological loading and to seek to develop practical mechanisms towards achieving the goals enshrined in the concept of a developmental state, with particular focus on the South African context. With regards to the Men's Parliament, in partnership with the South African National AIDS Council and the Department of Social Development, we convened our annual Men's Parliaments, which are outcomes-based. The men's sector continues to engage men across provinces, districts, and localities in order to inculcate a new culture among men to eradicate gender-based violence. We will continue to embark on sustainable engagement with our communities as guided by a seamless oversight approach. Through our sectoral work, we have evolved from the annual standalone events and moved towards an impact-driven campaign approach, which continues to keep communities informed of interventions in place to address issues raised. We have convened 2 youth parliaments since 2019, focusing on advancing youth participation in the mainstream economy. Parliament has therefore emboldened its resolve and advance to implement a 3-sphere sector parliament oversight schedule underpinned by quarterly engagement and feedback to communities to ensure 3-sphere synergy and implementation around development plans and as anchored in the SDGs, NDP, the PGDS, and the IDPs. It is also imperative to indicate at this stage that we have convened over 90 sectoral sessions since 2019 to date, which have been supported by follow-up and report-back sessions to ensure that provincial and local government respond to issues raised at the annual sectoral events convened in Parliament. However, with the absence of the appropriate and strategic human resource support, we have to date not been able to establish a fully functional oversight and accountability directorate. Ideally, an oversight and accountability directorate should house a sector parliaments unit, a data-driven oversight mapping unit to assist in shaping Parliament's oversight agenda, a tracking unit to track the implementation of sectoral commitments, resolutions of the House, including executive commitments emanating from ministerial briefings and other flagship programs, as well as follow-up on petitions, as well as a monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment unit. In strengthening our oversight and follow-up processes, it is critical that we establish the appropriate support mechanisms to ensure that we make sustained progress in implementing the country's developmental agenda. We need advanced innovations and tailored oversight strategies, which will embolden and reposition Parliament as an effective people's parliament. Given the reach and the impact of the sector parliaments program and its strategic linkages to various institutional platforms and programs, it is important that we should ensure that this program is properly funded and effectively resourced. This will ensure that this program continues to bring about the desired impact through the strategic engagement of the 3 spheres of government. Honorable Chairperson, the constituency office system serves as a direct link between elected officials and the public and functions as a critical organ of an activist parliament. Constituency officers therefore have a critical important role to play, particularly in protecting the most vulnerable of our society. We need to develop mechanisms to publicize the locations of every constituency office and make sure that people know who is serving that offices. We also recommend that Parliament must, on an annual basis, before tabling the State of the Nation address, advertise constituency offices and make sure that we also need to assess where all the parliamentary democracy offices are situated and do they still serve the purpose it was intended. By strengthening the role of the NCOP, the National Council of Provinces represents the provinces to ensure that provincial interests are considered in the national legislative process, and by providing a national forum for public consideration of issues affecting provinces. Through oversight, the National Council of Provinces bring provincial and local experiences of implementing policy to the center. It thus ensures that the center remains sensitive to the conditions and needs of everyone because of the special role of the NCOP. The NCOP must carry out its constitutional oversight mandate in a way that is distinct from all other legislative bodies. The oversight role of the NCOP mandated in the Constitution is broad and focused. Broad in that it covers the most areas of government activity, but focus on that it should always primarily be concerned with the relationship between the different spheres of government. So that is why we have convened the 3-sphere planning sessions, and we really were looking to make sure that the NCOP perform its constitutional mandate properly, thereby serving as a 3-sphere coordination and implementation construct through targeted and outcome-based oversight. We have used the Provincial Week to cement our mandate. Previously, we used to focus on matters that both the province and municipal council have authority to oversee. However, The provincial week, the last provincial week was a high impact oversight program where each provincial delegation had to concentrate on matters that affect the province in the national sphere of government. The NCOP, in advancing and deepening its mandate, held ministerial briefings which intended to provide the NCOP with the opportunity to receive information on the efforts by the three spheres of government with respects to the progress made and measures taken to deal with challenges facing provinces. As much as we are improving in advancing the mandate of the NCOP, a lot still needs to be done. We will need to address the uncertainty which is rife about the status of intergovernmental relations, decisions and recommendations, as well as who is responsible for follow-up of recommendations. We need to address the lack of horizontal integration between activities of various government departments. In conclusion, honorable delegates, our struggle is one in which there is a symbiotic relationship between the resolution of the antagonism thrown up by national oppression and the fundamental problem of social justice, economic deprivation, and patriarchy. Our transition is one process characterized by different phases with different emphasis. As we welcome Parliament's budget, we hope and believe it will assist us in addressing our national contradictions. We hope that our request for administrative support will be attended to in order to leave a notable legacy on the work of the sixth dispensation. Allow me, Chairperson, just to express my appreciation to the Chairperson and the Chief Whip's office, as well as the House Chairpersons, for their support in all our programs. Also the members across parties for their support in our programs, and also the administration under the leadership of Advocate Pendela, as well as my office under the leadership of Dr. Mvulane. And we also want to express our appreciation to the Secretary to Parliament when we approached him for his ear and the fact that he is very keen that sectoral parliaments should work for us as the Parliament of South Africa. Ke a leboga. I thank you. Baie dank.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. I was looking forward to have an opportunity to tell them to conclude. Unfortunately, they deprived me, both of them, the opportunity. No, thanks. The next speaker is Honorable Dutoy. It's in the house.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. Honorable Chair, the Sixth Parliament's mandate is to play an effective role of oversight over the executive. We are here as representatives of our provinces, members of Parliament. We are representing our constituents. We are here to follow through a mandate of political parties. Chair, we have to do this within the prescripts of the law and the guidelines set out in Parliament. But what is really happening, Chair? The Sixth Parliament had initially two strategic priorities: to improve the committee oversight through the budget cycle, and also to improve the effectiveness of public participation. We can ask ourselves the question, was that effective? Is that what's currently happening? And what was the progress on that? Chair, speaking out of my own experience, public participation is taking place, but we're sitting in a situation where a lot of these legislations is put on the table. We received them on short notice from National Treasury. We've experienced hiccups with the processing of these bills and legislation that's supposed to come through from the provincial legislatures, just to be pressured by National Treasury and by timestamps to process this in time. I believe that there's definitely room for improvement, Chair. Chair, we must also see to it that the process of the legislative and budgetary amendments happens in the correct manner. Provincial mandates is there, bills goes to the provinces, public participation takes place, and we receive feedback in the committees from the provinces. What then happens is that those mandates are put to table. We as representatives read it out loud, but in most instances, it's overruled. It seems as if there might still be an authoritarian approach. National Treasury has got a certain mandate that they need to follow through, that they got from their political head. SARS has got a mandate that they need to follow through. Then the committee chairs obviously also have a mandate that they need to follow through. And unfortunately, the majority of them are from the ANC ruling party. So that's a political mandate that's being followed through on. Chair, also the Constitution is being used as a guideline. Now, it's said that South Africa has one of the best constitutions in the world, but the Constitution has also got a transformative mandate that's written in it. Prof. Koos Malan wrote a book, There's No Supreme Constitution. What's actually written black on white, it's not what's being done in practice. In most instances, it's open for interpretation. Chair, and then oversight visits is in a lot of the instances used as political rallies. We all go on the provincial weeks where we visit different areas, we identify problems, we address it, we engage with the relevant stakeholders, and then when we come back to Parliament, as the Honourable Lucas correctly stated, who's following up? And when we as MPs follow up and try to get the relevant information, in most of the instances, we get to a closed door. I'm referring to Groot Mariku, wastewater works, to name but one. So that is definitely a great matter of concern. Chair, and then there's blurred lines. Daar's nie duidelike onafhanklikheid tussen die wetgewende, die regspreking en uitvoerende gesag op hierdie stadium nie. Dit is iets wat definitief aandag verg. Chair, and I want to close off with just reminding all the MPs in the House what our mandate and our responsibility actually is. As MPs, Honourable Member, we need to represent our constituents. We've got the responsibility to act in their best interest. Yes, our political parties do give us certain guidelines to act upon, but we are supposed to be the moral compass of this government. We are supposed to follow through. We are supposed to always keep the best interest at heart of the people who voted us into power. Very little of us who are here, standing or sitting, are here because of ourselves. We were granted an opportunity. It's up to us to show the constituents if we are worth it. And I urge you to please be the moral compass. If you're not, become the moral compass. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. The next speaker is Honorable Hatebe.
Honorable Chairperson, Parliament as an institution is the backbone of any democracy. In South Africa, this institution is vital for promoting its vision of being an active, accountable and responsive and transparent vehicle for the people's will. With such a heavy yet important burden placed on Parliament's shoulders to actively improve the quality of life of South Africans, we must look at ourselves critically and constructively. The fulfillment of Parliament's constitutional functions, like passing laws and overseeing executive action, ought to be done in line with the values of openness, responsiveness, accountability, teamwork, professionalism, and integrity. For the 6th Parliament, 2 strategic priorities have been identified: strengthening oversight and enhancing public involvement in Parliament's activities. This paramount work is often hindered by limited budgets which are assigned to Parliament. For example, there have been budget reduction in the 2022, 2023, and 2023-2024 financial years. In addressing these limitations and the consequences that arise thereof, we believe a number of changes need to be affected. There is a call for greater oversight by Parliament, with committees needing a much bigger bite. It is crucial that this is done as Parliament stands as a true representative of the people. As the IFP, We call on Parliament to improve committee oversight work by allowing more time for oversight activities and encouraging joint oversight activities, and to give committees enough time in executing their work. The failure to submit and make available annual performance plans by different departments and their entities stands in the way of effective accountability and transparency. As an institution, we should adopt a zero tolerance approach regarding failure to submit APPs and budget on time. We must uphold the integrity of our constitutional mandate. Otherwise, our people will start to lose faith in the hard-fought democracy our fathers so harshly died for. About 15 years ago, Parliament introduced legislation for the Minister of Finance to have amendments to budget, and although it was Parliament's initiative to do so, not much was done, nor has there been enough time provided to look at budgets. Parliament as an institution ought to be more stringent in budget matters and also in holding the executive to account. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, when members of this House point out that budgets are underfunded, as it is often done, Parliament has the authority to change said budgets, but this is not usually a priority. Apart from this, committees have from time to time pointed out the need to be allocated more budget, which will ensure the effective fulfillment of their respective duties. With the legal muscle afforded to it, the Budget Committee routinely reports on how some of its questions are not answered nor attended to, as pointed out, this is also something that is not attended to. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports this budget. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Hajebe. The next speaker is Honorable Labuskaghni.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable members, especially Honorable Mahai, our Chief Whip, after your long absence in the House. When I had to prepare for today, the opening lines of a well-known song came to me. I do not have the talent to win idols, so I won't sing it. I will rather read it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to you again. And then some other lines. And in the naked light, I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking, people hearing without listening. And then, fools, said I, do you not know? Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. But my words, like silent raindrops, fell and echoed in the wells of silence. To summarize, the key message of the sound of silence is that we never have to stay quiet, especially when Parliament, as the institutional crown of democracy, is being perceived as the modern version of a circus or cheap entertainment. An example thereof is a video trending of one of our House chairs, who's not sitting in the chair at the moment, who still after 4 years apparently does not know what a motion is or how to say the different types of motions. A minister stating that another member has no soul purely because...
Honorable Labuskaghni, in terms of the rule of the National Council of Provinces, it's out of order to cast aspersion to a presiding office. I think you know better than I do. Refrain from doing something that will be casting aspersion to a presiding officer of the National Council of Provinces. That's my appeal to you. Continue.
Chairperson, it's not aspersions. We can show you the video.
You are out of order. Can you continue, Honorable Labuskaghni?
I hear what you're saying. I can also quote your rule on freedom of speech. A minister stating that another member has no soul purely because the minister did not have the facts to account for. Now I'm asking, how can the public take us seriously? And above all, trust us to represent them, to do oversight over the executive as well as legislate to the benefit of all our people. The Zondo Commission highlighted the failure of Parliament in its oversight function. ANC members seem to be afraid not to toe the party line instead of fulfilling their oversight function over the executive. Therefore, no committee to oversee the presidency or real effort to ensure that the recommendations of the Zondo Commission are being implemented without fear or favor. A year later, and none of the key recommendations put forward in the final report have been executed. The findings of the 2018 Public Affairs Research Institute or PARI study found that the appropriate part of Section 193 that should have been applied in the vast majority of interventions was Section 1395 and not Section 1391 in isolation. Furthermore, the use of an administrator to take over all the executive functions of a municipality while the council is still in office is not a remedy included anywhere in Section 139. But this practice thus has no basis in law. But still, we have no legislation to serve as an overarching guideline for both COCTA and Treasury in the entire intervention framework. With the majority party, with the majority party hearing without listening, a private member's bill to solve this will probably lapse and would not be an option to solve this situation. I tend to think this is now a form of malpractice knowingly utilized by the ANC to settle factional political scores in municipalities. The outcome, a growing number of failing municipalities with failing infrastructure, job losses, and a lack of service delivery, is apparently the ANC's idea of a parliament for the people. A new practice since COVID, rammed through by the ANC majority as part of the new NCOP rules, is ministerial briefings. With this practice, ANC majority prevent any other party to have a say in which minister and or what issues should be addressed by any minister. Ministerial briefings filled most opportunities for debates during the past 2 years. Motions, the tool being utilized by parliaments across the world to initiate debates, is being done merely as a tick box exercise. The outcome debates of public importance, such as the desperate economic situation, the ANC's self-induced energy crisis, the influence of the ANC's interpretation of neutrality towards Russia's role in the Ukraine war, resulting in economic hardships for South Africans, are not being debated. The NCOP has a critical role to fulfill in legislation, especially focusing on representing the provinces. Legislation has to be meaningful, effective, and constitutional, compliant to improve people's lives. The backlog of bills close to the end of each parliamentary term, as well as bills being referred back to Parliament, as well as bills being instructed by the Constitutional Court to be reviewed, tells the story of effectiveness. The number of Section 76 bills not being amended by the NCOP tells the story of public participation through public hearings. The time and money spent on can just as well be seen for what it is, another tick box of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. An average of 18 bills were passed on a yearly basis over the period 2018 to 2022, while 47 bills were considered in 2018-19. That in itself gives you a picture. A possible solution would be for Section 76 bills to be introduced in the NCOP first, first get the input from the provinces as provided for in the Constitution as well as our rules. A review of the Mandating Act would further ensure more effective and meaningful legislation. The number of committee meetings, the actual engine room of Parliament declined from 1,507 in 2018-19 to 1,217 in 2021-22. A decline of 219 meetings of Parliament should be a great concern to all of us. I do believe that most South Africans want to stop saying hello to darkness as a friend. They are tired of their words being echoed in the wells of silence. My solution is, I quote, hear the words that I might teach you, end quote. Come 2024, vote for action, not silence. Vote the DA into governance. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Chief Whip, House Chairperson, Honorable Members, the Secretary to Parliament, Secretary of NCOP, and all officials of Parliament. Good evening. Chair, when we contest the elections, we all want to be in majority. Majority rule is not a swear word. Everybody, we're not contesting elections so that we have a moonshot pact. We want to be in government, all of us. So this thing of a majority, there should be members of the ANC should not follow the party line. But when it comes to the other parties, they even expel their own members if they're not towing the party line. But when it comes to the ANC, there should be a separate rule. There have been parties that have expelled members here. In fact, when we are in the committees, when we want to adopt reports, even if the members of the opposition parties do not have a problem with the report, they don't, they abstain because they're waiting for their caucus to give them the line. So, but when it comes to the ANC, there must be a different rule. Honorable House Chair, the NCOP is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. This is done through participation in the national legislative process and by providing a national...
Sorry, Honorable High. Honorable Labuskafte, why are you standing?
Chairperson, I stand on a point of order. The speaker is casting aspersions on the DA.
Oh, now I'm happy you know it well now. Can you continue, Honorable Khai?
Okay. She has taken my minutes. Please note that. The NCOP is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. This is done through participation in the national legislative process and by providing a national forum for consideration of issues affecting provinces. For provincial interests to be fully taken into account, our parliamentary support should have the capacity to galvanize contributions of citizens in the different provinces and various provincial representatives. It is for this reason the National Council of Provinces has two flagship programs which takes parliament to the people and focus on local government. The NCOP has constitutional powers to intervene in local government challenges, such as Section 100, as it was the case with the Northwest Province. Recognizing that many municipalities across the country face numerous challenges, This results in numerous provinces having service delivery challenges, and the NCOP should have the requisite capacity to support intervention in provinces and to aid local government. Various provinces have varying challenges and strengths, and as a council of provinces, we have to get closer to the coal-face challenges to shape and inform our interventions. Our duty as public representatives is ensuring an activist parliament that places the interests of the people at the center. For this to be realized, all South Africans need to have the consciousness of appreciating that for our democracy to succeed, every South African has a responsibility to be involved in democratic processes. We need to strengthen civic education and public education on the parliamentary system to ensure that this parliament becomes a true tribune of the people. The mandate of the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament is to maintain oversight of the financial management of Parliament, considering instruction issued by the executive authority, and consider the annual report table and referred by the Speaker and the Chairperson to the committee. The committee has considered the annual performance plan and the budget vote of Parliament. The budget allocated responds to urgent tasks of Parliament. The allocation supports the restoration process, which is critical in rebuilding the bent building. This is critical for the optimal functioning of Parliament. The Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament is also responsible for performing any other function specified in the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 10 of 2009, or by the rules of Parliament. As part of strengthening planning, reporting, and the focus of improving outcomes of Parliament, as a committee, we have noted that Parliament does not yet have a guideline to inform the drafting of its plans. Compliance of the FMPPLA require the inclusion of objectives and outcomes for each program. In order to have the desired impact, it is critical to identify outcomes to be pursued over the period of the strategic plan. The committee recognizes that the institution has not yet addressed long-standing concerns in terms of measuring performance. We welcome the reorientation towards outcomes and impact, which will be factored in the strategic plan and annual planning of the 7th Parliament. This is a critical milestone to advance by the committee. A matter we have raised as concerns are facilities for members, adequate support for residential and parliamentary facilities, critical to ensure members' functions without interruption. Having a hybrid system with virtual platforms require that all members have sufficient connectivity support. We need to enhance our translation system, and have a uniform approach in both houses to increase accessibility of the work of Parliament. Parliament has other critical bodies, such as the Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy, Parliament Budget Office, Treasury Advice Office, and Legislative Sector Support, which report directly to executive authority. It is a view of the committee that such offices should have clearly defined outcomes, which should be monitored by the Joint Standing Committee on the Financial Management of Parliament, recognizing the strategic role they play in the functions of Parliament. In this regard, we have recommended that Parliament present the report from these offices to the Committee for Oversight and to make strategic input to enhance their functioning and impact. The committee recommended that Parliament develops performance indicators measuring the delivery of these services. Honorable members, for sustainability and accountability, senior management plays a critical role, and we welcome the appointment of Chief Financial Officer. The critical task of the CFO should be the prudent management of finances and developing proposal on the funding of Parliament to ensure the institution is adequately resourced to optimally execute its mandate. The committee is pleased that the engagement between National Treasury and the Executive Authority to address Parliament's budget allocation have commenced and appear to be bearing fruit. The committee further recommended that the institution develop its budget process before consideration of 2024-2025 draft annual performance plan and budgeting. Increasing the budget allocation of Parliament is critical to respond to some of the recommendations from Commission of Inquiry into allegation of state capture, corruption and fraud in the public sector, such as increasing the capacity of committee support, which is vital to enhance the functions of members of Parliament. The budget process will assist as far as ensuring that Parliament is able to support and argue for the granting of the institution's funding request. The Joint Committee will receive an update on progress made in this regard, as well as efforts underway to resolve the permit liability. We also welcome the efforts of resolving various matters related to permit to ensure that members have affordable medical coverage which respond to their needs. Ongoing engagement on permit should be expedited to have a sustainable, equitable intervention. The Joint Committee remains concerned that Parliament must, like national departments, apply to the National Treasury for a share of the national budget. Parliament is a separate arm of the state and cannot be expected to be subjected to the National Treasury for its budget allocation. This reliance has a potential to weaken Parliament's ability to perform oversight of the executive. The Joint Committee supports all efforts to increase public participation in Parliament's activities, ensuring that more people have access to information about Parliament through television, radio, and social media would contribute greatly to that goal. Digitization has created several opportunities, and these should be leveraged to take Parliament to the people, enable easy access to Parliament processes to optimize public participation. Central to the effectiveness of Parliament is a participation of the public, and more, the public participation, the quality of outcomes of Parliament are enhanced, and the representatives of the will of the people. Ours is a people-centered Parliament. In order to strengthen financial management, Parliament has to have various regulations to give effect to the financial management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. We have noted that the regulation referred to under Chapter 9 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act have still not yet been developed. These regulations will go a long way towards standardizing, amongst others, the institution's planning and budget processes. Parliament needs to develop and finalize the regulation as a matter of agency and before the end of the 2023-24 financial year. We have recommended that the Joint Committee should be provided with quarterly updates on progress made in this regard. We must applaud and welcome the financial performance of Parliament, which has produced an unqualified audit opinion known as clean audit over the years. This assures the public and the Joint Committee that funds allocated to Vote 2 of Parliament are used in a prudent manner to advance the intended objectives. We are confident that the deliberation between Parliament and the National Treasury will yield positive outcome. This will also enable Parliament to increase its support for political parties and for public participation, which are the bedrock of an activist Parliament. The Joint Committee recommends that every avenue be pursued to ensure that the vast majority of citizens are able to access information about the parliamentary committees, meetings, and plenaries. Parliament meetings should not be aired on pay-to-view channels, but should be broadcasted on the SABC free-to-view platform or on special channels for which the institution is seeking licensing. We have recommended that the Joint Committee should receive quarterly progress reports on the intervention of the Parliamentary Communication Services is working on. As we move towards the end of the sixth parliament, an important task which needs to be finalized by the various portfolio committees.
Honorable Lehe, Honorable Lehe, please mute your mic.
As we move towards the end of the sixth parliament, an important task which needs to be finalized by various portfolio committees and select committees are the legacy reports. Legacy reports are critical institutional documents which enable continuity in the work of Parliament. Without legacy report, which are the comprehensive and thorough, is that key matters can fall within the cracks in the seventh Parliament. This undermines continuity. What we have to recognize is that the work of select committees is not work of a political party, but the work of Parliament in the execution of its mandate and advancement of the interests of the people. Honorable members, the effects of the work of National Council of Provinces should be continuously assessed, and recommendations made by various select committees and by the House should be strictly monitored for the intervention, and where limitation exists, the House should be appraised. The NCOP should have an effective system of monitoring a recommendation, working together with the people and being the first line of advocacy for people will transform Parliament and its impact to society. With the power rested in Parliament, we need to use this national forum to advance the interests of the people. We should develop legislation which transform the life of the people. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rahai. The next speaker is the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Mohai.
Thank you very much, House Chair, Honorable Nyambe, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Sylvia, and I must acknowledge the opening address to this debate by the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, and Tema Sondo, our distinguished special delegates, SALGA representatives, all honorable members that are present here, the Secretary of Parliament and the senior management that are here. I, from the onset, just want to clarify a few things. Honorable Labuskache, I know that you are missing me. Here I am. I'm in the house, so I am here. So then, Honorable Bretese is incorrect in the manner in which he understands the National Council of Provinces. The NCOP is not a copycat of another chamber of Parliament. It is the National Council of Provinces. Each architecture is different. Each architecture is different. So how it is composed, constituted, and the committee functions is totally different from the National Assembly. So the NCOP has assigned all functions of various ministers who are located in the presidency to various committees. For instance, as cabinet was reconstituted, there's a new Minister of Electricity, and accordingly we responded that the Minister of Electricity should belong to that cluster of economy. And women, stats essay, social services. Planning and monitoring, we said public service. So we are not sleeping on duty. We are very clear as the discussions on the restructuring to increase our oversight capacity takes on. We're very clear on such discussion. State security is understanding committee on intelligence. So there is no problem with the manner in which we are constituted. The reason we have ministerial briefing session is also that the National Council of Provinces is a working house. We do not have space for those who want adversarial debates at times, not serving the purpose. When we call the executive to appear here, we call the executive to account. Was it not important to call a minister to come and explain COVID-19 interventions and the vaccine rollout? on something that was threatening the lives of the people. Many people died in South Africa because of COVID-19. And to call ministers here was not an act of charity. To discuss the issue of unemployment, youth unemployment and poverty is because of what the stats say reveals to South African people, that majority of young people are unemployed in South Africa. So we want cabinet first and foremost to account here, measures to mitigate against economic, physical impact of July 2021, violence and destruction that took place in KZN. It was our obligation to call a minister to come and brief this house. The negative impact of load shedding. We never really shied away to call ministers to come and speak in this. But the problem with the DA is that they do not like ministers to appear more frequently and to articulate issues that are facing the problems, the challenges that are facing the people in our country. DA gets more irritable because when we call ministers and MECs, they all present just one province all the time. It's obviously a boring story. You do not know what, but it is important that we have to deliver on these issues. And I just want also to clarify a few things. First of all, let me say on behalf of this council, we welcome the insourcing of parliament cleaning services as permanent staff. That's a brilliant move by the Secretary of Parliament. And we also acknowledge the sterling work of the cleaning services of Parliament in keeping the precinct in good condition. I wish Honorable Mukausi was here, but I know that he's part-time in the National Council of Provinces.
I'm listening to you. Don't talk about
Now,
me and think that I'm not listening.
It's important that we must understand that the recommendations that are made by the Zondo commissions are important. And Parliament are engaging with a proposal that can be accepted or not accepted. First point, the issues is not review of oversight model, but the important issue is how Parliament plays more robust and efficient oversight to ensure that the executive is held accountable. Through, among other things, ministerial briefing sessions, very important. The EFF speaker here, quite frankly, she is misdirected and irrelevant by elevating this debate into the attack against the presidency. That's not a debate against the presidency. What do we mean when you talk about oversight of the president in the light of existing mechanism? For instance, the president appears in this house and will present questions to the president and engage the president robustly. And then the State of the Nation address, and the annual address by the president in this house. Those are important mechanisms and ongoing discussions, for instance, to improve how we hold
now irrelevant. You are irrelevant.
As the honorable members may be aware, this budget policy debate is the last in a year that precedes two critical historic milestones in the evolution of our constitutional democracy. First is the 7th national and provincial elections in the next or within the coming months. And secondly, the 30th anniversary of our constitutional democracy on 27 April 1994. We will remember where we come from. We'll be celebrating that 30th anniversary. It is important. That marks the breakthrough of how South Africa was prior to 1994 and what South Africa is post-1994. It also, yes, you rejected 1994 in any way. You still are there in that mode. You still remain a reactionary today, and you are a spokesperson of the reactionaries in that bench. Too many of us in this August House, the people of South Africa, the African people and the diaspora at large, and the broader international community acknowledges that this debate takes place within the month of Africa. This evoked the memories of centuries of colonial conquest and land dispossession of African people by the Europeans, which led to the late Dr. W.B.E. Du Bois to declare the color line as the biggest problem of the 20th century. It evokes the memories of the narrative of Afro-pessimism that has permeated the discourse on the politics, governance, and development in the post-colonial Africa in the 21st century. This narrative, which has the political roots in the early European philosophical thought that was used to justify racism and slavery against the African people and the colonial conquest of Africa by Europeans, and still continues to permeate the contemporary global development policy discourse, although with different nuances. House Chair, at the core of this narrative is the assertion that Africans are less human and incapable of governing themselves. And as a common cause, the post-colonial African states cannot last more than 20 or 30 years at the most, unless it is in the white hands. In one of his celebrated philosophical treatises by the white supremacist, George Friedrich Hegel, a renowned German philosopher of the 19th century, proclaims, among others, and I quote, that Africa is an historical, undeveloped spirit, still involved in conditions of mere nature devoid of morality, religious and constitution, hence it should be enslaved and colonized, close quote. In an attempt to legitimize this narrative and the continued economic exploitation of African resources by the West, the World Bank commissioned a study on the future prospects and possibilities of Africa's economic recovery, documented in a report titled, Can Africa Claim the 21st Century as African Century? While there is no consensus on these critical questions among the academics and development policy practitioners, there is abiding consensus, including by some leading development policy experts of the World Bank and IMF, that at the core of Africa's development deficits are historical legacy of slavery, colonialism, racism, and the persistent structural inequality between the rich countries in the north and the poor south in international finance, trade, and economy. Racism continues to manifest its ugly head to date because of the framework which it was anchored. It presents itself in sports in South Africa today as much as international sport, in what happened to an African player in Italy recently. So it is an issue that we have got to deal with it. It is not a joke, it's not a play. We have to address that question without fail. Honorable Chairperson, there is no other moment in history of world politics where the structural parties of unequal development were laid bare than during the recent global crisis of COVID-19 pandemic. It is on this basis that I humbly submit on behalf of the African National Congress before this August House that this will unavoidably make the 2024 national elections and the celebration of the 30th anniversary of South Africa's freedom the supreme test of the fallacy or otherwise of the Afro-pessimism, national elections, and the celebration thereof. For us in the African National Congress, nothing but only the truth and honesty with which we continue to admit our shortcomings and the political will and capacity to self-correct will guarantee us to reclaim the democratic majority come 2024 national elections. We do so equally cognizant of the fundamental shifts in global political economic occasioned by existential threat to democracy and its institutions, especially parliaments. At the core of this existential threat are, among others, the persistence of global economic meltdown and failure of democratic institutions to address deteriorating levels of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. As noted by some leading scholars in development policy, the persistence of these challenges has not only eroded the confidence of the people in democracy, but most critically, precipitated a global upsurge of populism, intense geopolitical rivalry and competition of scarce resources, and the international disintegration of new liberal consensus on the so-called the new global order. Fashioned on the new liberal paradigm, as aptly articulated by Interparliamentary Union in the report, I raised this in the House and I quote, the paradox of our time is that we hail the victory of democracy while lamenting the fact that in many countries, parliament, the central institution of democracy, is facing a crisis of legitimacy. The executive branch dominates the agenda. International cooperation and globalization have led to decision-making that lack democratic control. People question whether the current political process are really able to produce parliaments that can represent their interests in all their diversity, close quote. In the evolving South African context, this threat is manifested by persistence of voter apathy, political and civic disengagement by a majority of the people, a renewed upsurge of left-wing and right-wing populism, and the proliferation of violence, grassroots protests as new alternative forms of political expression and mobilization, occasioned by a significant decline in capacity of democratic state, especially local government, to deliver basic services and goods to our people. House Chair, this makes a compelling case for this budget policy debate on Parliament to make preliminary reflections on the assessment of the effectiveness of oversight role in the NCOP as a voice of provinces and local government in pushing back frontiers of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And lastly, the lesson we can draw from the last 30 years of our democracy in order to improve capacity of this august house. In doing this, the ANC draws inspiration from revolutionary teachings of one of the revolutionary intellectual giants of the 20th century, the late Amilcar Cabral, who cautioned revolutionaries to avoid telling lies, exaggerating our victories, and concealing our weaknesses to our people. Do you see how we self-correct? We are a democratic revolutionary movement, the ANC. We don't talk about issues that faces the people. And we do take counsel from the people. We are not representing interests of big business by hook or crook in this house. Chairperson, we take this podium today sincerely, inspired by the footprints of strategic positioning and repositioning of this august house, the National Council of Provinces, to equal the strategic task of democratic consolidation in favor of the poor, the vulnerable, and the working class. As the architects of our constitution overwhelmingly noted, that the National Council of Provinces is not just a name change of the Senate, but a fundamental departure from the normal Senate and the construction of second chamber unique to the historical, political, and developmental imperatives of South Africa. In their own ways, they agree that the Senate, as it was configured in terms of 1993 interim constitution, was not adequate to give voice of provinces and local government prominence in the national policy architect. Critical among the milestones in the positioning and repositioning of the NCOP was adoption of taking parliament to the people, a strategic program of activist people's parliament that is responsive to the needs of the people for better quality of life for all. Adoption of Provincial Week, NCOP annual local government focus week, as my colleagues reflected, and recently adopted ministerial briefings, which the DA do not like at all because of this progressiveness. Honorable members, we will continue. The National Council of Provinces has and continues through our provinces to make significant contribution to the quality of Section 76 legislation. We really have to deal with these issues without fail. Chairperson, allow me to express our profound appreciation to the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, to the deputy chairperson, to the house chairs. Everybody makes mistakes. But the most important thing is to self-correct of the mistakes that are made in this house. The ANC, within its ranks, constitute majority of people who never come as ready-made, but because of daily struggles that they pursue, they represent not only the best and great that represent our society. So, Chairperson, hey, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Whip. Thank you, Chief Whip. The next speaker is the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ntate Masondo.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. Well, it's late in the day, and I'm sure I would like to save as much time as is possible. So I'll make a few comments. Lest I forget, let me start by thanking all of you for your positive and generally constructive contribution to the debate. So thank you for your critique and your comments. But I do want to say that we should at least know that the failure to put forward a compelling argument, I'm sure Eunice will agree, a compelling argument, good argument that is does not add any value. So at all times, I think we should try and avoid that. But also, just to raise a general point that those who live in glass houses shouldn't really be busy throwing stones and so on. It's a very dangerous thing to do. Our style, Honorable House Chair, is a very nuanced approach. We do not, as a starting point, seek to be hostile to the executive. That's not our approach. Yes, we support robust debate and robust engagement. But even as we do that, we want to ensure that we really come across at all times as rational people. That what we say is somewhat thought through. It may not be perfect, but there must be appreciation that we seek to be rational. I want to agree with the team. Team Protestant says that Parliament needs more budget. So on the budget question, I'm sure all of us are agreed. We need budget. Of course, we emphasize that there must be effective use of resources. There must be efficient use of budget and related resources. There's an issue that has been raised about the office of members of parliament, public representatives. Again, we support this view. I think we should all support this view. Indeed, the offices must be made available. And my understanding is that there have been regular reports that have been given in this regard. So none of us can claim to be ignorant and not be aware that, yes, there was penning down of parliament, but the reports have been given on a regular basis. And I agree with the chairperson of the deputy chairperson of the NCOP when she says that the question of oversight on the presidency is a matter that has been discussed over some time now. And she spoke about study visits and so on to compare what other countries are doing in this regard. Of course, we don't, when we go and do study visits, we don't want to copy what other people do. That's not the aim of a study visit. You go to Poland, they tell you this, you come and implement it. You go to India, they tell you that. You come and try and no. The aim of study visits is to go there, identify best practice, and then adapt it to your own specific condition. So that's what we try to do all the time. Now, Mkause, you never know here, but Mkause says lots of things. One of the things that she's saying that the president has failed. It's a point of view. Maybe we should just leave that at that. And then she says, surprising, she says, Parliament can ban anytime. No, you'll agree. I mean, it's an extremely ridiculous point. I mean, so I'm not a pessimist. I'm an optimist. Maybe then, as a general advice to those who think they are more revolutionary than others, that the principle here should always be, and that many revolutionaries have spoken about this, that as a revolutionary, you must be eternally optimistic. You can't be the other way around and talk about the parliament burning every 24 hours and so on. That kind of thing is not useful. Yes, we are committed to serving the people, and will do so to the bitter end. We'll always serve the people. Detroit says, of course, that there's room for improvement. I want to emphasize the point. I agree with you. There's always room for improvement. Always room for improvement. But I want to raise this point about an alternative to Parliament. And I'm concluding. An alternative to Parliament. Now, there are many examples of people abandoning parliaments. But what needs to be spelled out very clearly is that when you abandon parliament, what you are left with is conflict in your hands. We've seen this in Sudan, in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Chad, in so many countries in Africa. In Sudan, for instance, just give one example. Over 1 million people are displaced. Now, these people are found in Egypt, in Chad, in Ethiopia, and elsewhere and so on. So, kuhadebe ke sithi ukadebe ngoba khona ukadebe lapho Scotland sibonisa sonke sithi ukadebe khona isisho sesizulu lapho esithi asibophatha esibona ukuthi kubalekile njengezikhali zamantungu. So we have to really look after our freedom and democracy. We have to do our utmost to ensure that this parliament serves the people and does what it is meant to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair of the NCOP. Honorable delegates, that concludes the debate and the business of the day. I'd like to thank the chairperson, Tatema Sondo, Deputy Chair, Mayor Lucas, Chief Whip, Tademo Hai, Secretary of Parliament, all parties present, permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, and Salga representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. The House is adjourned.